Hey, you know what it is,
What?
Kevin?
What is it?
This is like a super like last minute sort of uh Merry Christmas to all of the Smoke Free Radio and Son of Liberty Radio people. So uh there's not really there's not really any reason to have like an intro video or anything like that. This is just sort of us just getting together and saying, you know what, let's just have some fun. I did I didn't really plan on anything, so I sent out like last minute little messages to a few people that we were going to do a show, and if they are available and they want to come on, then we'll send them the link and just have some fun. But how was Christmas for you?
I was enamored watching my grandson. That's what it was about. That's it.
Well, I mean, that's cool. I see Rob Ramdisk is already here. He is in the YouTube chat room. Hello, Rob. And there's a couple other people filtering in, but I haven't seen any. Well, there's Megan. Hey, Megan. Megan is in the YouTube chat room as well, and Thomas Kirkhoff is commenting on the rays of sun hitting my microphone and chest. The blinds are actually closed, but hey, somebody's ringing my doorbell.
You're very sparkly either way.
I'm sort of sparkly, and hey, Alexa's telling me that somebody is at the front door. So
do they like you?
They're probably not here for me, but
Santa's looking for booze.
That is correct. Santa did not bring me any booze, so I'm sort of depressed this year that I did not get more booze for Christmas. But it is what it is. So I got some socks, and I didn't even get underwear this year, which is normally my thing is I get socks and underwear for Christmas. I got socks. I got 2 pair of socks from Death Wish Coffee. Death Wish Coffee sent me a set of socks. Yep. And hey, Mark Sliss is here. Hello, Mark Sliss. But yeah, I mean, other than that, Christmas was kind of lazy here. I did the big dinner on Christmas Eve. If you go to my Facebook, I posted pictures of food from the Christmas dinner. But yeah, we just sort of did. My wife worked yesterday, so we didn't even open presents until last night at like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
the depressing thing is that there's no kids here, so we don't actually have to do the early morning thing.
Yep.
Hey, Addy Tooney is here. He said hello to Megan, who's also in the YouTube chat room. So hello, Addy. And Ian Thomas, Merry Christmas. He's saying Merry Christmas, guys, comma at Megan. So I don't know if that's for Megan or if that's for us.
Thank you very much, Mark.
I'm sort of depressed about that. Hey, Mark says that he's got us on the big screen at his shop, and he has a bottle of rum available for drinking words.
Oh, that's so that spirit.
Is good. That is good. That is good because we might actually get serious. You never know. There's a lot of depression going on right now because of the new information about first of all, the omnibus funding bill did not get through.
Right.
I believe it got the pocket veto or even the rubber stamp veto. I am not sure. It has not gone through. And the omnibus funding bill, obviously, we talked about this last week. We've talked about it a couple times, but we always get included in one shape or form in these omnibus bills. I mean, there's been multiple attempts at putting the grandfather date language into the omnibus bill, and that got all kicked out. And we always get negotiated out. But this language is anti-vaping, so I don't have any hope that it's going to get negotiated out. I really don't. it looks like it's got pretty good bipartisan support. People don't quite understand the ramifications and the repercussions of preventing the United States Postal Service from delivering vapor products.
Legal products, right?
Legal, yeah. I mean, there's a handful of legal products that on either a federal level or a state level get kind of restricted. In Texas, for a long time, it was illegal to send alcohol through the mail.
Yep.
But during the COVID thing, some of that got released or relaxed or changed because now people can get alcohol in the mail. But tobacco products have always been on that list. There's a whole thing called the PACT Act, and it's a pain in the ass. I mean, it's not a complete ban from what I understand, but there is a bunch of hoops that you have to go through to get permission. There's a lot of tax implications that have to occur when shipping tobacco products through the mail. You notice I went straight for the money, right? And
that's because if they put this through and then they change it and they can tax it.
Well, they don't need to. They don't need to change it. There's already language in there that allows tobacco products to be shipped in the mail if you have the right paperwork and the right permissions and the right things done. So yeah, I mean, it essentially is a de facto ban because most of the people in this industry can't really deal with all that legal mumbo jumbo and all the hoops, regulatory hoops that you got to get to do that. And then we get the thing that we talked about last week, which there was some question as to what was going to occur with the FedEx thing. And we've gotten clarification that FedEx is indeed voluntarily going to restrict vapor products out of their stuff. So starting at a certain date next year, I don't have it right in front of me, but yes, FedEx will be restricting vapor products from their shipments as well. So that technically only leaves, in most places in the United States, UPS, which very well could also do the same thing. And then you're left with smaller carriers like DHL and a couple other people that are much smaller and don't have the infrastructure to hit all of the places that these other big giant carriers. So, there's a lot of shit that's up in the air. And that's one of the reasons why I really didn't want to go too deep into the depression, because it is the day after Christmas and we're supposed to be here to have some fun and just to say thanks to everybody that listens or watches our shows. All of our shows.
Bill's in here now and David's in here and Big Bruni, the Thunder from Down Under, because we love him.
There's people and there's more people coming. I'm watching the numbers. The numbers are going up. I mean, it is actually the day after Christmas, and a lot of people might be doing their Boxing Day thing if they're not in America or other family stuff. Like I said, my wife is working, so she's at work, so I don't really get to spend the day after Christmas with the wife. But we'll have a good dinner tonight and stuff. But even Paul is here with his David's here with his new meaning to Boxing Day. But Paul is here. Paul is always on the spot with his little comments, and he says shit fuckery is all over the world, which is indeed true and disgusting at the same time.
Oh, Mr. Snidely and Shannon.
Yep. So we've got people on all of the platforms now chatting in the chat room. So there's Periscope comments, there's Facebook comments, and YouTube comments. I
know sometimes I try to respond to a comment, and I'm only on Facebook with you. So
yeah. So the one more bit of depression before we get too far into the fun is that all of our smoke-free radio stuff, the bills are due at the end of January. And that means that it's either I have to figure out a way to come up with about $1,000 or we're not going to have smoke-free radio anymore, which sucks. It sucks, but we'll figure it out. I mean, I'm quite confident that that we'll figure it out, and it is what it is. I pay a lot of this shit out of pocket, and the sponsors that we had this year, they paid for a lot of stuff, but it still wasn't enough. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not asking for more than what it costs to pay the bills. I have a job. Yeah. I make a good living. And there's that, but this stuff does add up over time. So yeah, I'll find a street corner to try to raise money.
Take Demetrius with you.
Depending on what you're selling, you may end up having to pay people.
Not if he takes Demetrius.
Oh yeah. No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen, Leanna. I'm not even going to put that on screen because that's not going to happen. I will lick every device I have just to prevent that from happening. So, Kev.
What? Is there more? For God's sake!
No. This is a fun thing. It's not really a fun thing, but Did
you hear about the Bobcat piss?
Sean Casey's even here. He dropped in the middle of a Saturday in Canada, where there's probably much nicer things. They probably got snow. They could be out playing in the snow and stuff in Canada. But yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing a GoFundMe. I won't do it. I just won't.
Maybe we could volunteer to have Bobcat piss put on us.
Bobcat?
Did you see that? Yeah, the government. Rand Paul put out that big ass waste of money stuff that the government's doing.
Oh yeah. So
somewhere in the middle.
Speaking of Rand Paul, who, there are times that I like Rand Paul, and there are times that I'm just like, you're a little bit of a dumbass, but
I thought you were gonna say douche.
Well, he is that as well. He's But
this is a family show.
That's not true. That's not true. So actually, he did tweet, and what? We'll just start with the tweets here. Let's do this. So you brought him up. Oh shit. My computer's having a seizure here. Let's see.
What are you doing? And somebody tell him he sounds like a bot.
Beep boop. Beep boop.
I can't find my drink placard, so you all have to.
Why is this?
What are you doing?
I don't know, but it's really depressing that I.
What is that? Jeez,
it's giving me all sorts of hell. There we go. So Rand Paul did his Festivus list. This is a long.
Is that a real thing?
Festivus. Yeah. Festivus is the holiday where you share all of your grievances.
Okay. All right.
So this is his list of grievances, and if you've watched Seinfeld, that's where it comes from. So there's a whole bunch of stuff where he's quoting stuff from the omnibus bill, and he's calling it his thing is my Festivus waste report. So you scroll down, there's a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of fuckery going on. But I did want to point out one thing here. So it says here they spent $1.5 million to get Middle or Eastern Mediterranean kids to stop smoking hookah. Then they said, hey, let's go all out, and snuck a bunch of new rules about shipping vape products in the omnibus bill. So I actually decided to overtweet him. I said, those rules Paul Rand are talking about will shut down thousands of small businesses and cause countless smokers to keep smoking and ultimately die. And then sadly, I had a typo right here where I said did instead of this. This is a de facto ban on tobacco harm reduction and clean nicotine. So
I'm very proud of
you. Even the douchebag from Kentucky can recognize is that there's problems with the omnibus. The whole premise now, it used to be, you're old enough to remember this, there was a thing called a budget that was passed almost every year, and there were guys that actually worked hard to balance the budget.
Mm-hmm.
There were politicians that sat in chambers with other politicians, and they would look at how much stuff costs, how much stuff, how much revenue, how much going in and going out, and they would balance the budget. And then they did a thing where they passed an amendment or a bill or whatever that said that they no longer had to do that.
Well, no, because politicians are writing checks that their asses can't cash, or everybody else's ass.
Sometime about the mid 80s, I can't remember the exact year, but then this whole premise of having continuing resolutions started going on, and then what they would do is these omnibus funding bills. So they had to have something passed by X day. So then they're like, okay, this is must pass legislation. So then everybody said, well, I'm not going to vote for that unless you include my thing. And then other politicians said, I'm not going to vote for that unless you include my thing. And then it just started getting bloated and bloated and bloated. And
everybody squealing like a pig.
So they stopped. They stopped actually working towards a balanced budget, which is something we should be teaching all children in high school, is how to balance the budget so that when they graduate school and they move out into the world on their own, they know how to spend money properly.
Shop, home economics, and common sense are not in any school budget anymore.
So when I was a kid, we had home ec for the girls, or the boys that wanted to take that class. I don't want to get sexist here.
That was me.
And then we had another class called Bachelor Arts. And it was basic home ec, wood shop, auto mechanics. And there were girls that took that class too. So I don't want to get, people get offended because I'm trying to gender people or use the wrong pronouns.
Oh, Cherry's in the room.
Hi, Cherry. I love you, dear. So we had those classes to help build something that these kids could build upon. They get a good foundation on how to balance their bank accounts, how to write checks, how to budget, how to cook. If mommy and daddy are not home, you need to learn how to cook so that you don't die, starve to death. How to change your tires if you get a flat tire, how to change the oil in your car, because that has to happen. So all these things we used to learn in school, and I'm not quite sure that they actually teach this anymore.
I don't think they do. Not here.
I know they stopped teaching civics. I know that. I have kids. I don't have kids. I know kids that are in school right now that say civics. I've never heard of that before. So, yes, there's a whole bunch of kids out in the world that never took civics. So, yeah, this whole omnibus funding thing is not. I mean, obviously, over the last decade or so, it's become quite common, but prior to the mid 80s, it never happened. Like there was a budget bill and all that other shit had to be done separately.
Yep.
So, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say something that's going to be very unpopular because I see a bunch of dumbasses that don't understand the world.
What?
Bitching and moaning about things that are included in the omnibus funding bill that we've been doing for years that are important programs that we need to continue to do. So obviously military aid or financial aid to smaller countries are very important because if we don't give it to them, China or Russia will give it to them, and then they are no longer our allies. I see a lot of people bitching and moaning about something that's a line item on the bill that says gender programs Sudan, gender programs Pakistan. Right. So I see people bitching and moaning because we're teaching gender studies in those countries. That is not what those programs are. That is absolutely not what those programs are. That is not a thing that's about gay rights or trans, sexualism or anything like that. So there's a practice that occurs in in certain African countries and certain Muslim countries all over the world, and it has to do with genital mutilation of women.
Mm-hmm.
And in those countries, those women are not treated as human beings, but as objects and possessions. And these programs are targeted to those countries that have the worst record for these genital mutilations, to prevent that from happening. You got to realize that this is something that's culturally accepted in their world, is to hold women down and to essentially carve up their girly parts.
Yep.
So that they no longer enjoy sex, so that they will not be promiscuous or enjoy sex, which sex is a very important thing and we should always protect that. So when I see people posting on social media, how dare we spend $24 million on gender programs in Sudan or Pakistan, it's not about what you think it's about. This is to protect women. This is to help women be, bring them up onto an even footing with men in their countries. This has nothing to do with that. And if you don't believe, see, this is the thing, being American, being that we are the beacon of liberty in the world, that's our thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't think it's important that we share liberty across the world, I really don't know if you understand what America is about. So I particularly, that's one of the programs on there. There's some shit on there I don't agree with, but when I see people harping on such a small amount of money, when we're talking about the massive amount of money that's in the budget, $24 million or $10 million or $15 million for these programs are important. So I'm assuming you're sending me stuff like live streaming.
I sent you 3 graphics. Just I adapted his graphics for the 3 that specifically were us. You can make fun of it all you like, though. I don't care.
So
Nick Father's in here dropping bears.
Yeah, let me see what's going on here. Hey, the garbage today. Normally Friday is garbage day in our neighborhood, and the garbage is running right now. But luckily, I knew, so the garbage is out of the street. I just heard the garbage truck drive by. So this is from Paul. This is from Rand Paul's stuff. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I just took a quote within it and then put it on there. I didn't change any words.
Okay, so this is an actual graphic that was created by Rand Paul's people?
No, the graphic on the left was, the words on the right were within it.
Okay, so it says here, say no to cigarettes, kids, except from Uncle Sam. So yes, and we did discuss this a couple weeks back, where we said that that the FDA and NIH were partnering to buy millions of dollars of low nicotine cigarettes. What are they called?
Very low nicotine. 22nd Century is the company.
Yeah. So
XXII.
They're buying these very low nicotine VLNs.
Cigarettes. The federal government agencies, plural, have spent over $100 million plus before this, even as far as I know. $100 million
to buy low nicotine, very low nicotine VLN,
combustible tobacco,
to give to kids,
to give to children.
Yeah, they ostensibly were trying to see if it would be possible to push the youth smoking market from regular cigarettes to he didn't put but low nicotine cigarettes. So the VLNs, this is something that sort of has been around for a while, but during Gottlieb's stint as head of the FDA, this was one of the things that he really pushed, was these very low nicotine cigarettes.
They need a return on investment, Patrick.
So yes, so 21st Century just got a big payday from FDA and NIH so that they could hand these cigarettes to kids. That's interesting.
But Patrick,
what?
At what age is a smoker a smoker? I keep asking this question and nobody will answer me.
At what age is a smoker a smoker? I would imagine anybody at any age that's continuously smoking cigarettes are smokers.
Huh. Okay. I'm just checking.
So, I mean, I'm still of the mind that if you do it once or twice and you don't do it again, you're not a smoker. But apparently, when these people do these surveys, if you smoked one cigarette like a year ago, you're still a smoker.
Mm-hmm.
That's at least how the statistics. That's how the statistics are counted. Yeah. So no, and I had a chat with a couple of people about these very low nicotine cigarettes, and I asked, how is that considered harm reduction when the only thing that you're reducing in the cigarette is the nicotine, but all the other stuff. I asked Charles Gardner. All the other stuff is the same. So
it's exactly the same.
All the harmful stuff.
I asked the company the question.
Yeah, and yeah, it's the same. It's the same. So
exactly
you sent me a second one here. So it says,
I said, yeah.
Vaporizing your tax dollars. Researchers use funds from NIH grants totaling. Ooh, that's a lot.
31 million.
Billion. That's billion, dude. No, it's million. I counted. It's million. On the study, they allegedly faked to make it look like there was a connection between e-cigarettes and heart attacks. Oh, yeah. So University of Louisville, Dr. Brad Redu caught the flaws and was able to determine that a majority of the sample population, just 38 people, had heart attacks years before they started using e-cigarettes, a decade on average. And alleged the UC San Francisco researchers conducted the original study faked results. So, no, they didn't really fake the results. They just jimmied the results because they only included people in the study that they knew had their heart attacks years before they started vaping.
Why would they do that?
Bye, Cherry Lie.
Bye, Cherry. Why would they do that?
Okay, so all right, this week, since UC San Francisco was brought up, and the author of that study is the target of this tweet. So
yeah.
So this is one of my tweets. It says Dr. Glanz at Professor Glanz is befuddled by science.
Yeah.
He lost his way when he realized how profitable it was to lie and scare people. Maybe his work on smoking was honest, but when vaping started lowering smoking rates, he saw his own obsolescence on the horizon. So, and this is in relation to a tweet from Dr. Michael Siegel, lovely friend of the film or friend of the show. So he says, this is results of Stan Glantz meta-analysis of random clinical trials on use of e-cigarettes for smoking cessation. E-cigarettes are much more effective than the nicotine patch for smoking cessation. Conclusion of Glantz's meta-analysis: e-cigarettes are not effective for smoking cessation. So the studies that Glantz used in his meta-analysis concluded that that vaping was more successful, much more effective than the nicotine patch for smoking cessation. But somehow after Glantz put all of that research through his research apparatus, he came to the conclusion that vaping did not help people quit smoking.
Right. In fact, he's also said on Twitter that you're better off smoking. That was probably a year ago.
Yes, I remember that. I recall that. I recall that. So the third slide that you sent me,
yes, sir,
was this one, and this one I like this because he's giving these little awards down here.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the Four Pigs Champion Award. Mm-hmm. So deeming yourself to be correct even before the research is in, the National Institutes of Health spent $3,696,770 to study e-cigarette TV advertising to help justify the FDA's deeming rule. In other words, the FDA, of its own volition, claimed the legislative authority to regulate a class of products rather than using a specific delegation by Congress to regulate these products because no such delegation exists. So FDA decided on their own to deem these products.
Yeah.
They didn't have any orders from Congress to deem these products. They just chose to do so. Then they paid $3.6 million on a study to justify that decision.
Correct.
So they did the action, then they spent $3.5 million or more than $3.5 million to justify doing what they already did, is essentially what this is saying.
Yeah.
So yes, Addie says to please follow Jim McDonald on Twitter.
Yes.
Jim McDonald is a great writer. Sometimes I don't agree with Jim, and sometimes I find I have to, you talk about people calling you on your action. Sometimes I have to do the same thing because sometimes, but we've had Jim on the show. Jim is a great writer and love his tweets most of the time. He does allow his politics to come through on his tweets.
So for any of you that are interested listening, I'm going to throw the Rand Paul Festivus report or Festivus, whatever they call it.
It's Festivus.
So you can find those
Festivus
as you like at convenience. Festivus for the rest of us. Yes. So that way it's in there and we have it for posterity. There's a lot more in there than just that. Bobcat piss and all kinds of fun shit. But anyway, yeah.
Well, obviously, Bruni, we've spent millions of dollars over the last decade doing just that, taking the FDA to court, and none of us have won.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been multiple lawsuits. The Pacific Legal guys took them. The Right to Be Smoke Free took them. There's been lawsuits. The guys from Mississippi, whatever that group is called, they took them to court. And we just haven't had the right magic sauce to make that happen. Yep. So
unity and aggression.
This is what I've been saying for a while. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. We've done that. We've got to try new stuff. The courts are not going to side with us. At least they broadly haven't. We haven't had we've tried every art. We've had legal people trying every attack, every angle of attack, and it just hasn't worked. So, not to be Debbie Downer, but we're going to try. We have to try different things. So, having let's get a one politician to call for hearings.
Yep. On
a federal level. We get the guy from Iowa, we get him to call for hearings on nicotine as harm reduction. And if we have to write big ass checks to get these politicians to fly over here, or not politicians, scientists, we need the scientists at these hearings. Mm-hmm. We need to bring an entire panel of the science and have them talk about the science of nicotine and the science of vaping.
They need to be required to watch this show.
We should enter that movie as an exhibit. Exhibit 1, whatever. But having, obviously, I love industry, but having industry represent it should be there. But the primary focus of the attack should be having like 6 of the brainiest scientists in vaping or in nicotine at the hearing. We get, like I said, we get Eliana, we get Paul Newhouse, we get Nyora, we get Ethan Nadelman, we get Clive, we get all these actual scientists, we get Charles, we get all these people, line them up, bring whiteboards so that they can do science right there in front of people.
Molecules
in the hearing. This is a molecule of nicotine. This is what it does in the body. Just like in our show the other, couple weeks ago, Eliana. We have those people get in there and do science. Show people how the fuck this happens in the human body, how it metabolizes, how it works. And gosh darn it, let's argue the science. Let's not, the freedom argument works for half the population or 47%, because that's what Trump got. 47% of the liberty, but that leaves 53% of the people are not swayed by that. So then we have to hit them with science.
Yeah.
Yep.
We
know, if we just look at the numbers, we know that 47% of American voters voted for Trump. 53% of Americans voted for the other guy. Those 53% are the people that don't care about, and I don't want to say they don't care about small business, but it's not their main priority. So the small business argument isn't not going to work for everybody. The freedom argument's not going to work for everybody. So we have to bring the science, because those are all the guys that are, greenhouse, global warming and all that. Let's accept the science. Well, let's accept the science on nicotine. And I totally believe that, yes, man has affected the warmth of the planet and stuff. We've affected the environment and the ecosystem. So yes, that's science. We accept science. So let's bring these fucking scientists and have them knocked out of the park.
Aggressively.
Yeah, we get Paul up there and point at the fucking billboard and say, "This is the science." Yeah. You may not like it, but this is the science, like he did in the film. This is the science.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Paul asks if they are still teaching science in high school. Yeah, I still think that they're still teaching science in high school. It's maybe not. I mean, obviously, I've seen some of this stuff these kids are doing. I took physics in 11th grade. I see these kids in the 8th and 9th grade taking physics now, and I'm a little bit crazy about that.
Just that. This is a list.
Hey, Bruni asks if there's money out there for this. So I see live streams from some of these vaping personalities that are making $1,000 a show. They could do a live stream and people can do super chats.
Yeah.
And I see, like, if you add up all the fucking things that show up in the chat room, some of these guys are making $1,000 a show, a live stream. There's still money somewhere, because people are still sending these guys money, and not that I don't value what they do. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But there's money. I mean, I don't have enough followers to I can't even turn on super chats and on my YouTube. Not with like 81 followers on the YouTube page. I don't think that I can do that. But yeah, I mean, there's apparently people still got money to throw $20 a live stream at some of these people. So yeah, that's still $700, Paul. Paul says that YouTube takes 30%. That's still $700.
Yeah. For an hour or 2 hour live stream. That's one way.
There's money out there. It may not be, it may leave a dirty taste in our mouth to take money from consumers and people that are viewing these shows to pay for scientists to fly to the United States to stand at a hearing. But I guarantee you it would have more effect than the same argument that we've been using for years.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee that it would work, but at least it's a different, and at least there's hope that something different could get a different result. That's my feeling on the matter, is that yes, we've got to try something new. And after having a couple of these scientists on the show and hear them talk about vaping and how passionate, I mean, Charles vapes. Mm-hmm. He did it right on the show. He was vaping. Eliana's mama vapes. She's passionate about this. Clive, they questioned Clive's academic credentials in the Australian hearing. He's maybe not a PhD, but I still call him a fucking scientist.
In comparison,
scientist, but compared to the politicians and compared to me and you, he's a fucking scientist.
Yeah.
He's done academic research. He's cited. So he earns the title scientist. So yeah, it is what it is, kids. We really, really must evolve and try new things. Because if we keep doing the same thing, we're at this is the end game. 2021 is the end game.
I'm looking for heroes, and I'm looking for somebody to think outside the box of things we haven't thought of yet.
So, we've got to try new things. This is our last ditch effort to take the hill. Because, I still believe that we're fucked. I still believe I'm going to stand here and say the same thing I've been saying for a while. Even those PMTAs that have reached the accepted and not filed stage, if they get that 1 year, that 1 year's coming up.
Yeah. TikTok.
There's no indication that FDA is going to allow any of these products to remain on the market after that 1 year. Period. They've done little to no enforcement that we know of right now, but COVID, is the excuse for everything. But you know what? We got a vaccine now.
Oh yeah.
So FDA's part of that is over. They've approved the drug. The drug is
so they can.
They don't disseminate the drug.
Now they can get back to
the drug. Now that the drugs are there's one more. There's one more vaccine. There's a total of 3 that I know of that are promising and being touted. 2 of them have already been approved. The third one, the Johnson & Johnson one, is still in the approval process. But after that, their job, the main prioritization of that is over. They've got 3 products that will be on the market in the next, month. 2 are already on the market. Yep. I'm getting my shot on Tuesday. The first of 2 shots on Monday.
British American Tobacco's got research on one too. I'm waiting for that one. I trust them.
Well, they won't be producing it. They probably are partnering with somebody. The Moderna vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine and the Moderna vaccine are basically built on the same platform.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like crosstalk between those 2 things. And then the Johnson & Johnson is an attenuated virus vaccine. So it's completely different. It's based on the same platform as the flu shot. It's dead or weakened viral cells packed in a suspension and injected into your body. That's the one that I would prefer to have.
Right. Bill, we had Matt Milby's children, I believe. I think they were his, all of them. Maryland, Patrick.
In Maryland, we've had kids at starting in 2016. We've had multiple kids at Oregon. We had an Oregon hearing in 2016. We had a whole bunch of kids that were children of actual vapors at that hearing. And then we had Matt's kids at the hearing in Maryland last year or the year before. So this is not the first time. And yes, weaponizing children is not really something that we really, really want to do. It makes us look a lot dirty. Makes it look like we're programming these kids. There's a lot of stuff that I don't like about that. So yes, for us, it's emotional. Like we get it. When Matt's kids are up there, we're at that hearing and they were talking, but I can see the gears in these people's heads saying, well, they just weaponize those kids. They just
and then we can point at their kids,
brainwash those kids. It doesn't work both ways.
I know. Well, those are trusted people. Oh shit! He just left me all alone. So in I think it was 2014, I said that, Bill, about having kids testify, and I got my ass reamed about 5,000 times. Nobody wants to do that. That's not right. We can't do that. That's the ants playbook and all that other happy stuff. So not funny. Ian, I can't see and read and talk all at once. Oxford AstraZeneca is coming at very cheap nonprofit cost. I don't know about that one. I've never heard that one.
Well, the Astras, that's the Europe one. They may be getting that in Canada, and it may once it gets approved in the EU and other places. But yeah,
thank you, Jennifer and Mark. That's funny.
The heavy lifting on the vaccines are all it's done. I mean, they've already approved 3 or 2, and 1 is on the way to being approved, and then there's 4 or 5 other ones that are all going to come out. But yeah, their priority was getting 1 or 2 of them out so that they could start making it and distributing it. That's done.
Yep.
Like literally, the military's taken over distribution, and now the FDA has time. They're not nearly as the fire on their heels to get the vaccine out is done. So, and whether you like it or not, Trump pre-bought like several, like 20 million dosages of both of the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccine. So a lot of these people that are like, oh, the vaccine's coming out because Biden. Well, no, Trump actually pre-bought them before they were approved. So, all you anti-Trump people, I'm one of them. We're getting the vaccine because Trump already paid for it, and we're getting it for free. So, or at least the first 20 million people are, or whatever. So, but yeah, I'm getting my shot on Tuesday.
Free. It's free.
Well, it's taxpayer money, my friend. So, we're paying for it. Right. Nothing in life is free. Yeah.
Right.
But, we're
giving away
the
patches and gums.
Well, yeah.
For free. They can't give them away.
That's so right. Yeah, if in 2 weeks after New Year's when we do the next show,
yeah,
I look different, or I have like a third eye growing out of my forehead, or my skin has turned purple, it's because I had the vaccine. So,
Lindsay with the knees in the room. Look at that.
Hey, there's Lindsay Stroud.
Yeah.
But
if you get a third eye, you'll be able to read better.
Well, maybe this one. No, because I wear trifocals. That one will probably. I'll have to have new glasses with a third lens.
Oh my God!
Because I'm nearsighted in one eye and farsighted in the other. This one will be like middle shot. Yeah. So the progressives that I'm wearing really work. But yeah, there's 3 different prescriptions on each lens. And I'm wearing these fucking compression gloves because my arthritis has kicked in, Paul or Kevin.
You are old.
This is not a fashion statement. This is because my fucking hands are killing me. and it goes all the way up my arm to my elbow. Like I'm starting to hurt everywhere, man.
Uh-huh. Thank you, Lindsay. That boy owns me. He's in charge.
Yes. Logan is the boss of Kevin. And he would be the boss of me too if he was in this house. So, he's every time I look at that kid though, I really, he is like a mini Kevin.
Yeah. I looked at my 2-year-old pictures. There's one that popped up in my memory. And side by side, I'm like, wow, that skipped Jeremy completely. So, because I could kind of deny Jeremy. He's got such dark hair, but he looks like Grandpa.
Maybe he's the garbage man's kid.
Maybe very well be.
When I was a kid, I was the milkman's kid, and my brother was the garbage man's kid.
You had a milkman as well, so we're both old.
Yes.
My milkman took me to the school when it was snowing.
when I was a kid, we moved from one rural West Virginia place to another rural West Virginia place, 2 counties over, and it was the same milkman and the same garbage man. Mm-hmm. So my dad, who was always gone, would always pick on us that we didn't look like him because we were the milkman and the garbage man's kid.
Did you see what Shannon said? Is the arthritis only in the one arm, Patrick?
No, it's in both.
It's in both.
Well, because
every
once in a while you got to use the stranger, man.
Just checking.
Oh man. So Kev,
what
are your hopes and dreams for 2021?
That I can't remember anything between March and now. Pretty much. Well, what is it next Friday? Yeah.
Well, I mean, March 1st is the FedEx deadline. Bill so nicely sent me a private message. It's on the other screen. So, March is your deadline for wanting to remember or forget things.
No, the first. But what I do want to see is the accountability in the government and public health for what they've, the shit show they've given us for the past 9 months.
9 months.
Well, for us, it's a lot longer, but welcome to vaping. How you doing?
9 months.
My name's Kevin. I'll be here all day.
Do you not remember? I'm not going to play it again. You remember the video from last show where it showed the American Lung Association and American Cancer Society's differing stances on vaping?
They should be defunded, period.
Both of them.
I know.
And that was not from the last 9 months.
No, but when my brother calls me and asks me about perception of the COVID thing, and my mother-in-law being detained in a nursing home without visitors, and the sadness and the depression that's going on, and I said, "Welcome to the vaping world, Patrick. This is vaping blown up all across the world. This is exactly what it is. It's insane."
I mean,
well, don't wear masks. You got to wear masks. We're not sure if you should wear masks, but go ahead and do that. Maybe we don't know, and I'm confused. And okay, go ahead and wear masks for starters.
Yeah,
just the starting educational level of the public health officials who don't know shit. And we've shown is that they don't know shit. There's a couple freaking words in there.
The dumbass.
Which one?
Well, the dumbass.
Jerry?
Your boyfriend, Jerry.
He was here. He was here in Columbus. He didn't come see me. I don't know why.
Jerome, I don't know. See, Jerome he's already he's done. Like he knows he's done.
I know.
He's
so bad he's being replaced by somebody just as bad.
No. I mean, literally, this is the worst ever. Jerome is going to be looking for work. Oh shit.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh shit. Just a second.
What?
Oh shit.
What?
Oh no. So now.
Uh-oh.
Now, here, let me add this to the stream. Now,
oh, for Christ's sake!
Jerome is listed as a faculty. He's a professor.
I thought he already was.
I don't know. I'd never noticed this link on his bio before.
Yeah, it's been under.
Oh, it's there.
But his Surgeon General stint isn't. Isn't that fun? He took that off.
Well, he finally took that off because that's gone.
I've got a screenshot.
This is gone. So remember when he was, even when he was Surgeon General, he had his Men's Fitness magazine link in his bio at that one point.
I don't remember.
Remember that?
No.
So,
oh God.
I'm worried.
This is the epitome of fucktard. He is such a fucktard.
His pinned tweet is from 2017.
Yeah, nothing's happened
Like he's
since.
done nothing important or of value since 2017. I would argue that even before that he hadn't done anything of value.
If you held public office, appointed or not, wouldn't you have that on your bio? Wouldn't you be proud? Yeah, so I responded.
I believe with crisis comes opportunity. 2020 has been the worst year many of us have ever faced because of you, but it is also a year I got to spend large amounts of time working with and learning from Tony Fauci. So thanks and happy 80th, Dr. Fauci. So this was a birthday. So there's a photograph of Jerry and Tony. So what saddens me is like he's bragging that he got to hang out with Hollywood's. I mean, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci, you got to realize at the beginning of the COVID thing, he was like, "Oh, don't be worried about COVID in America. Nobody needs to be wearing masks." Jerome parroted that same BS by saying, "Stop buying masks. Stop wearing masks. Masks aren't effective."
Well, where Jerry's tongue was, it was hard garbage in, garbage out, not to spew it, properly.
Right. So Tony, who I mean, literally, he's beloved by a lot of people because of the AIDS thing, which he gets a little credit in my mind for his passion and his. But you got to realize that as head of the department that he's in, he is not NIH. It's a National Institutes of Allergy and blah, blah, blah. It's NIAA. That as head of the organization and as the go-to guy for AIDS research, any medicine that's developed from research that was conducted while he is at that position, his name goes on the patent.
Right.
So if you look at his finances,
cha-ching.
Tony has made a lot of money.
Yeah.
And the platform that the COVID vaccine is built upon was originally an AIDS vaccine platform.
I didn't know that.
Yes. So you'll see some conspiracy. Articles from like certain like off-brand websites that are claiming that people that a certain percentage of people taking the vaccine could contract AIDS or HIV, not AIDS, because AIDS is full-blown HIV. Scientifically, it's like one in what's bigger than a trillion?
Gazillion. It's gazillion with a G.
There's one in a gazillion odds that could happen, but the reason they're saying that it could happen is because the platform that the vaccine is built upon was originally developed for an HIV/AIDS vaccine.
Okay. I did not know that.
So
same protein, Paul said. Okay.
I can guarantee you if you start going through the patent documentation for both of these vaccines that are built on that platform, Fauci's name will appear somewhere.
Right. Gotcha.
So, yeah, I mean, the little short guy from New York is doing pretty good, probably financially. And his wife has a position in the government. When you see them in interviews together, you don't know that him and this woman, I can't remember her name, they're actually married. She's the person that's responsible. No, not Birch.
Oh, okay. All right.
That she's responsible for she's actually in the vaccine approval department.
Well, that's good.
So there's a lot of, and I'm not anti-vaccine because I'm getting my vaccine on Tuesday. I'm not saying that. Right. I'm just explaining that there's a lot of people that are going to be filling their purses
Oh, and for the year end, for anybody who is tracking this, I asked Jerry to follow me, or to follow him rather, and it's still pending. Just see it. It's been like 3 months.
Yeah. So her name is Christine Grady.
Never heard of her.
So Christine Grady is Dr. Fauci's wife, and her current position is she is the she was a commissioner on the Presidential Commission for the Study of Bioethical Issues. She is a member of the National Medical Academy of Medicine, senior fellow at the Kennedy Institute of Ethics, a fellow at the Hastings Center and the American Academy of Nursing, and so she's in a lot.
I'm not worried.
Yeah, so. She's the National Institutes of Health National Institutes of Health Clinical Center. So she's the head of the Department of Bioethics at the National Institutes of Health and Clinical. That's hard to say. National Institutes of Health Clinical Center.
Yeah,
but yeah, she's on the board of people that get to pick vaccines.
And Bruni has a question.
I saw that. You don't think I already have my stuff frozen, man? I've been making that. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll start doing that again so that I can make enough money to keep this thing going.
Why do you think his arm hurts, Bruni? Oh, this has gone downhill. Go ahead. Yeah, so Jerry doesn't have enough pride.
What do you mean downhill? We live in the gutter. I don't understand what you're talking about downhill. We never were at the top of the hill.
Just floating around.
Yeah.
So I've come to the conclusion Jerry's not proud of being Surgeon General on his own damn profile. I love that.
Well, like I said, like his pinned tweet.
Yeah, it's 2017.
He's not done anything worth doing. Well, he's deleted.
I think you should tweet him live while we're on the air on screen, just to say, "Are you that stupid?" or "Are you that unaware?"
I gotta go to my Twitter profile and pin the show because it's not.
Oh, there you go.
It's not there. I need to pin it. Pin to your profile. Pin to your profile. So there were people in there, but now I don't see anybody in the Periscope right now. But I did pin it. So last week I kept being confused about what year it was going to be.
Yeah.
Do you remember what year it's going to be?
You're never wrong, Patrick. You already explained that to me on Twitter.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that you knew how to spell never.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I said sure. Rarely. I said rarely. You said never for those who don't know.
Well, that's how I like my steak. I like my steak done rare.
You're rarely wrong. Became
I
never.
Want my steak done rarely.
But you've admitted on camera, on record, on the show, a few times now that you were wrong.
Well, so
2021. 2021.
So yesterday I said, I'm sitting here, I'm watching Christmas movies, and I'm trying to decide if we're going to do this thing or not.
Get your feet up.
I had my foot up. Yes, I had my foot here. Paul's actually we've done a Zoom room or whatever, and I've been sitting here with my foot up watching TV, and I log into the Zoom room. He's like, "You're so lazy, mate. Look at I'm sitting here with my foot up." But this is a question, and nobody commented on my tweet, but I was, I said I'm watching a Christmas movie marathon, and I was watching Die Hard 1, 2, and 3, and I was waiting for somebody to say, "Well, Die Hard's not a Christmas movie." So, is Die Hard a Christmas movie, Paul?
A Christmas Story is to me. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you think about it. Lethal Weapon and Die Hard are both Christmas movies because, the first two Die Hard movies actually take place during Christmas.
Right.
and there's a lot of like Christmas imagery, and so is Lethal Weapon 1.
Yeah.
Is a Christmas. So as far as I'm concerned,
Rooney said yes, that covers it. We don't even need to hear from Paul. We're done.
Well,
Bill said it too.
well, Paul's here. So
for Christ's sake, what's it?
He's muted though.
Oh my God. I didn't know Decad was coming on.
Well, he just sent me a message. I'll come on if you want me to.
Well, that's not really fair.
What is this prescription bullshit, Paul?
Well,
why haven't you popped the zit off of Simon Chapman's neck yet?
Well, we're chasing him at the moment, but he's actually running scared.
Good.
I've heard that before, and I still haven't seen him. I haven't seen the back end of him yet.
Well, we're actually
it's not happening as fast as I want it to happen.
Give Aaron some time; he'll get his ass eventually.
There's a few people hunting him at the moment, but we're actually hoping that, like, my New Year's gift is Greg Hunt's gone. I really hope he's gone. Bye bye.
Yeah,
that's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
So, Paul, back to the important question: is Die Hard 1 and 2 Christmas movies? Are they Christmas movies?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so now we got Bruni and Paul in agreement, and obviously I think it's a Christmas movie.
Yeah, but so Star Wars.
Jennifer and Paul as well.
Only the Star Wars Christmas special is Christmas because of Life Day.
Oh no!
And if you're not aware, Paul, there is a Star Wars Christmas or Legos Christmas special that's on Disney Plus right now, where they do the Star Wars Legos are doing a Life Day celebration.
Does the Surgeon General narrate it?
No, it's actually very entertaining.
All right.
And I'm one of the 20 people on the face of the earth that want the original Star Wars Christmas special
I'm with Nick
to be aired again.
Nick.
What?
Scarface is the best Christmas movie ever.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of snow in that movie.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Say hello to my little friend.
He's a friend.
That's right.
Yeah, that was good.
So, yeah. So, I mean, that was the type of deep thinking I was doing, was watching Die Hard, trying to decide if, yes, I would do a special Saturday afternoon show, since obviously Christmas was not going to happen. And I figured, you guys probably were going to be bored with your families by the time Saturday afternoon rolled around, and you wanted to check out, get rid of your kids for a little while, get away from the wife maybe, or the wife might get rid of the husband and come and hang out with us. But you had Logan, and Logan is never annoying, Paul or Kevin.
The minute he's gone, it's back to the grind. Janice doesn't like me any more than you do.
Well, that's understandable. That's understandable.
So,
I think Fig likes me more than she does, but definitely not.
Well, I know Fabi does, because Fabi sent us pralines, or what do we call them?
I don't even know. I have no idea. I thought they were rocks. They were really, really good though.
So
pralines?
Fabiana sent Kevin and I candy for Christmas, and it's homemade chocolate and peanut butter, and it's crunchy. I don't know what it's not peanut brittle.
Yum.
No, it's not brittle. And it's got caramel, but it's not a caramel base. I don't know what it is, and I don't want to know. It's just really damn good.
I know there's a word for it. I know there's
That's
it's
praline.
not pralines. It's not praline because it's like tree bark almost. I'd have to turn the camera off and run out of the office to go get it to show you guys what it is. But it was awesome.
Oh, hang on. He's already off looking for
Well,
it.
he has his right here on his desk. He showed it to me a while ago.
Oh, yum.
Because he thought he got something that I didn't get, so he was trying to brag.
Well, it's not this, but it's kind of like moon rocky, or
It's chocolate with nuts and caramel. It's crunchy. It's awesome.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
So I know that Fabiana probably loves you more than your wife does because she actually sent you something.
I believe
it looks good though,
and it's yummy. So
Logan,
the funny story about this is, Kevin and I both got this, but Kevin worked it out before me and didn't say anything. I got this shipping notification like 10 days ago
because I'm smarter. Go ahead.
From an email address I'd never seen. It was Ramsey A at. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? What is this? And it says they're sending you your purchase. It made me think that I had bought something. And I was like, I don't remember buying it. What is this? What for like a week I checked my PayPal account, I checked my credit card account. I thought I might have gotten hacked. And then finally, like 10 days later, like Thursday, I got the notification that it had arrived. And then I started looking at the tracking history and I'm like, it came from California, and I know where the city is, and it's right next door to where Fig lives, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And then finally I figured out, oh, Ramsey A, and I'm like, but whose an A name? And then I was like, oh, August. Fig's kid's name is August. Okay, so Augie sent me something. And he doesn't like being called Augie, by the way. August sent me something. And then I messaged Fig and I'm like, what the hell is this? And he's like, oh, they must have not changed. They must have not logged out of his ship station when they, and I was like, damn. Okay. So I felt stupid for like a minute there when I realized that I had all the data in front of me and I still hadn't put two and two together. I was not wrong, though. I did not make a statement that was incorrect.
I just want to be sure that everybody heard the word stupid a time or two. That's all.
For a millisecond.
Well, we're gonna timestamp that one.
Took me 30 minutes or less. I had to regroup, come back, look at the email again, and I went, "Oh,
what the hell?" Well, I have other things on my mind, Kev. I didn't really put that much thought into it.
I see your hand. You're fine. It's okay. We still
Bill's commenting in the chat room that I'm not special enough to get the special editions lied. That is correct. I am not special enough.
Oh, here we go.
With the Nautilus tank, I know. That's all right.
Yeah, you are off brand, but I'm running an Anakin product on a Aspire device as well.
I also have a Chroma Z.
And then over here, I'm running an Aspire tank on an Anakin device. So, yeah.
Either way, we got some kind of chocolatey, peanutty with caramel mixed somewhere in the middle.
It was awesome. It's awesome.
It's like crack.
It's pretty damn good. And it was a little tiny bag, and I'm like, this is all I get? Is this much? I could eat this.
I got a pretty... This was full.
Yeah, that's the same size, but it's still... I want a big bag. Like
it was
a gallon size bag.
It's full. It was overflowing. I thought they were rocks.
Ian might be right. It might be a Tyrone of some description. I'm not sure.
Maybe
Jennifer, I love it. Love it.
Tyrone. I don't know what that is.
It's a pod, and I don't know how to screw with it. It's magnetic. It's really cool. Yeah.
Yes, the Chroma Zs are pretty cool.
Oh,
and it does not come with the best-selling something or other salt Nick something or other. I forget what he said.
No, I'm actually
the world's
my very own homemade cool strawberry peach in this.
I'm still working on the JDW mix
from JDW.
Yeah.
Well,
JDW.
Well, in this one, I have my perfected cigar.
See
in the
well I had a little conversation with Nick Orlando the other day.
What is it?
He said that you've got to send him some of that cigar.
Oh yeah. Here I have a whole bottle that's already steeped and aged and everything, right, but it is 12 milligram. I don't know if
he'll find a use for it.
If he can look at that beautiful color. This is over a month old. This is 5 weeks old.
And now Jennifer's going to get up your nose. Where? Send me some.
I need to send her. I have 2 recipes that I need to send her.
She's pretty awesome, and I don't know what a Tyrone is.
I'm too fucking lazy to go to the post office. Is what it is.
What is a Tyrone?
I have no idea what a Tyrone is.
Well, if I don't know and you don't know, then I feel better. Paul?
Tyrone, I know what Tyrone is. Tyrone's a candy, but
I don't know what that is.
Maybe I'll send Paul one, and Paul will get it first in Australia.
Oh my God, she's going to turn into a Karen. Why are you upsetting her? Patrick, I don't even like you.
And I can't send her the recipe.
Stop upsetting her.
The recipe's in the super secret private locked folder.
Well, yeah, but she's only going to use ish and amount.
I can guarantee she doesn't have the flavorings for it either.
She's don't make her become a Karen. She's going to use.
Here we
and
go.
What's this, Patrick? Are you wearing pants? Because Bill said something about pants.
No.
Why would you make her that angry?
See, I'm bare-legging it right now.
Oh, Jesus.
He's got his boxes on. He's got his boxes on.
I had to pull my boxers a little bit.
He's in Texas, so I can give him that. But
a while ago, Bruni said I needed to move somewhere warm. It's like 80 degrees outside.
It's like 17 here.
So yeah.
And Mr. Peterson was posting snow porn yesterday or day before.
Crunchy almond sarong. Yeah, there she goes.
There's no almonds in it though.
Now you got Jennifer all riled up.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's fun.
Or maybe I did. I don't know about that.
Oh, you're joining in like 30 minutes. James is coming too. We're having a party.
Who?
Let's go. James Jarvis.
No,
I didn't send him an invitation.
I'll be joining in 30 minutes. 30 minute-ish.
Oh, we'll be done in 29. I want to make him cry.
Don't make him cry.
He doesn't really need it's not really that hard to make him cry. He cries at a drop of a hat.
It's the sexiest man in vape.
Yeah,
what?
Wasn't he the sexiest man in vape?
I wouldn't call him that.
Where the fuck did you get that from?
Maybe if you like bears or something, you know.
Oh shit.
I don't remember.
That just went south.
I gotta freshen my drink.
Fucking beer. You're drinking. It's too early in the morning here for fucking beer.
There's an early in the morning section.
What did you just say? It's too early in the morning for beer?
Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Not to quote a country song, but it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Oh,
it's always 5 o'clock somewhere.
Here, I'll show you I'll show you some crack. I'll show you some crack.
What now?
So now this is a commercial product. This is not a homemade product, but you see this?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
This is a Oreo cookie dipped in fudge chocolate.
Oh, crap.
Mm.
A couple of years ago, mine was peppermint covered chocolate, white chocolate covered peppermint, whatever, with candy cane on pretzels. That was like crack.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. The salt just, you can't. I bought like 4 bags or something, and then a couple years later, I bought 3, and then I only ate 2.
Actually, that sounds like something that could go into a liquid, the back end of a tobacco.
Okay, so it had white chocolate, it had candy cane, and it had pretzels. So you and Jennifer get together and do that. I don't want it, but yeah.
I could do that.
Are you feeling better, Patrick? Look at you. Now you're high.
Well, I was contemplating on what flavors I have.
Shush. You'll get yourself into trouble.
They're good. I like them. I posted it on Twitter. They were that damn good.
Oh, Nick's back. There you go. He heard about the cigar. See, I told
Yeah,
you.
the cigar.
Nick fucking appeared.
The cigar.
Oh my God, Ed's in the room.
Oh, shit, we've all got to be good now, do we?
Because of Ed?
For about
Huh?
5 minutes.
I would never be good because of Ed.
No, fuck
I
that.
can't find my sign.
Do you have an Ed sign?
No, it's just a drink sign, but I can't find the damn thing. There it is. There we go.
Oh, well, I
Well,
just drank.
Welcome, Ed.
Okay, I'll drink again. Here, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, adults don't like flavors. Yep.
See?
Is
So
it?
Jennifer's going to become a Karen.
No, I have two on. I have two on because of my fucking arthritis, dude. These are the
Nick,
copper
he's
compression.
he's living in fear of arthritis in one
Not
hand.
even fear of arthritis. It's fucking radiating up my elbow and to my shoulders.
Really?
And this is the worst that it's ever been.
Really?
This last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, yes.
Well, you're getting ready for that shot, aren't you? Getting ready.
Well,
for
I'm going to get the shot. Yeah.
Is it required by you
No,
or
no,
by the health thing? Okay.
no. The company has said that it is voluntarily
Good.
being
Good.
administered.
That's
But
good.
I can't, with a clear conscience, tell my oldies patients. I mean, all of my patients are between 70 and 102.
Yeah.
That they should get it if I won't take it.
Mhm.
And they should take. I mean, definitely, my patients really need to take it.
Yeah.
And then you know what? Obviously, even the way the vaccine works is it doesn't prevent you from carrying the disease. It just prevents it becoming from symptomatic in you. So
Yes.
the two RNA vaccines, the Pfizer and the Moderna, what it does is they inject it into your body, and it has messenger RNA proteins that tell your body to produce the spike protein that hits your cells in the attachments where the virus would normally attach.
Yeah.
So all it's doing is producing a plug for a hole. Now the virus itself, the coronavirus, you've seen the photographs of it. It's got these little spikes coming out.
Yep.
So if those spikes don't have anywhere to attach in your cells in your body,
Yep.
then it can't replicate because it has to attach, absorb, and replicate. That's what a virus does. So if those plugs are already plugged, so like if you're, Kevin, when you go to the gay club, if you've already got a butt plug in, you can't be plugged by something else. So those plugs are already plugged. So the virus just swims around in your body until it dies. But you can still pass it on. So even if the vaccine you've gotten the vaccine, you can still spread the virus. So we're still going to be wearing masks until a vast majority of the population have already gotten their shots.
Yep.
So yeah. And even if it doesn't replicate enough to block every cell in your body, and the virus does get into your body and attach and start replicating, it won't be nearly as symptomatic, essentially.
Thank you, James. I'll be back in Columbus soon. Wait till I get to Florida, Nick.
So I'm going to finish with the vaccine stuff. So then the attenuated virus, which is the Johnson & Johnson version, it actually, when they inject it into your body sees those dead or attenuated viral cells and builds antibodies to fight the virus. So one blocks the virus and you don't get an immunity and you don't develop antibodies to the virus. But the third version, the Johnson & Johnson, is more of a using your body's immune system to fight off the virus. So they're, and then there's still question as to how long the vaccine will last, because obviously due to normal cell life cycle, the cells that already have those plugs plugged will eventually die and new ones will be, they'll be replaced by new cells. Those will not have the plugs plugged. So eventually you may be able to contract the virus. The vaccine may wear off.
Yeah.
Unless you get the Johnson & Johnson one where you build antibodies. So the best thing is I'm going to get the regular, the Pfizer vaccine, and then 4 or 5 months, the Johnson & Johnson will be out. Maybe I'll get that one after this one wears off. So you never know. Yeah. So, I know that your younger sister, Jennifer, says that her sister is crazy worried about the virus. She won't leave the house and she's 55 years old. She's waiting on the vaccine. I know that your younger sister is probably very worried and probably should be very careful, Jennifer.
Oh, God. That's just getting...
She hasn't noticed what I said yet. I'm waiting for there it goes.
Now you're gonna why are you picking on her? And there we go. I'm not allowed to say the word, yet he's creating one. Look at that. That is wrong. I am under protest for you, Jennifer. I'm laughing under protest.
Oh, that was hilarious. So, I mean, James is bringing up vibrating butt plugs in Florida. I mean, everyone knows Florida's like the worst state in America. And they probably distribute those like as you enter the state.
It's an epidemic.
Yes. I mean,
there's too many drop bears.
If states were beers, Florida would be like Milwaukee's best.
Oh, she wants to come in and say hello, Patrick. You're welcome, Mark.
I love doing this show.
She didn't say let me in the show. She said let me in this damn show.
No,
she's a lady, and now you got her cussing. I don't know.
She's pissed. She's got hair standing up.
I gotta find her.
Her hair standing up. She's like a cat. You got her so mad. Good night, folks.
This is getting funnier and funnier.
So, Paulie, did you get any good Christmas gifts? We didn't even ask about your Christmas.
No, I had a very boring Christmas this year. Oh, what the hell?
Kevin got blocks, and he's not going to let Logan play with them. Those are Kevin's blocks.
It wasn't meant to be blocks. It was actually meant to be a chemistry set.
No, he doesn't need chemistry yet.
I always give every child that are related to us Legos.
Yeah.
For Christmas, like the big giant tub of Legos.
And
because
bubbles.
I know for a fact that when they play with them, they're not going to pick them all up. And then in the middle of the night, mom or dad's going to walk through the house and step on one of them things. Yep. And there is nothing better than getting a phone call at like midnight from somebody that you bought their kids gifts. And I bought my nephew a drum set when he was 3 years old. And my sister-in-law called me raising every bit of hell because I bought him a drum set. It's the same thing with Legos. I'm going to have to go to the emergency room. My foot is in so much pain because I stepped on some Legos, blah, blah, blah.
You're just wrong.
I sent Karen the link. Or I sent Jennifer the link.
Addie, I love it. Thank you. Oh, I love it. Addie, thanks, brother. We've just been laughing for the last 15 minutes.
I mean, that's the whole point. The show was, this is not, we did some serious talking, we did that, but the rest of the show is just to have fun and to thank our people and to entertain and to bring some of them in and talk
and call Jennifer Karen. I saw the notes.
You're gonna cop it now as well.
What do you think? You think I'm a chicken?
I'm gonna just mute myself and laugh.
Holy crap! Hold on.
Thank you, Jennifer. By the way,
I can hear her. She can't hear us?
She ain't gonna hear me. I'm just gonna watch.
Oh,
already met the steak.
I'm gonna sit here and vape my wonderful The Cigar flavor.
Can you hear me now?
We've been hearing you since you came in.
Oh, well, I'm not even in my studio in the back of the house. I'm sitting in my living room with this damn laptop open, and you're sitting there. First of all, if somebody else gets that cigar before I do, I'm going to run my hand through this screen at you.
And I already sent Phil some.
We're going to see some live butt plugs.
No, because I don't.
Hold on. Let me look like a Karen for real. I want to see the manager.
You've got the haircut for it.
I do sometimes. I do. I just got to get it cut a little bit more shorter and then stack it up a little bit more.
I'm really worried because you have the reputation of being the tobacco queen.
Don't worry about that.
And I'm worried that you're going to vape this and you're going to throw all of your mixing supplies away and go, "This is the best tobacco I've ever had."
I don't think so because taste is subjective. Remember, I might not like it at all. It might be too boozy.
Don't forget to mention James.
There's no booze in this one. This is just the tobacco. This is just the cigar.
Is it very smoky?
Yes. Not very. There's huh?
What did you use for the smoke?
I'm not telling you.
What do you mean? I gave you my recipe.
Super secret.
I gave you my recipe.
Once you have it, then I might be nice enough to. Once I send it the bottle to you, then I'll after you tell me what it tastes like, then I'll tell you what's in it.
Okay, I'll break it down as much as I can. But I already know that you probably have some flavors I don't have.
There's a bunch of flavors you don't have.
Because you ordered from Europe.
Oh, I did, didn't I?
I ordered some from Europe, but I'm not going all out and ordering every single one. I already have like 5 million flavors here.
But look how clean this is. Look how clean this is.
It's beautiful for 12%. That's really pretty. That's got to have some very nutty, nice, smooth taste to it. And I can tell by the color.
And it is not a cotton killer, or it doesn't gunk the coil. It is amazing.
And does it have a good throat hit?
I wouldn't vape it if it didn't.
Got it. 12 milligrams?
Yes.
Okay, cool. When are you sending it? Today?
I will not send it today. The post office isn't open today.
I was waiting on the Karen to come.
So we can't send it to
post office.
Can I speak to the manager? I know your wife's the manager.
Post office.
She's at work. She's doing what she's supposed to be doing.
It's like 2:00 in the.
What she's supposed to be doing. She's making me some money.
It's like 2:00 in Texas. You have time to get to the post.
I hope she watches this show. I should just forward it.
The post office closes at noon, dumbass.
Do you have a kiosk?
I don't have boxes and all that stuff, and I'm lazy. Remember, I said I'm lazy.
Get him, Jen.
All right, guys. Well, I can't stay long because I do have people coming over, and you guys don't want to hear all that. Plus, the dogs will start barking any minute. But much love. Merry Christmas to all of you, and don't make me choke you. Love you.
Take care, Jen.
How the hell do I
Good to see you.
How do I leave here?
Oh, you want me just to kick you out?
Good to see you.
No,
I'll kick you out. Okay, there you go. I'll just kick you out.
Patrick, I wanted the record to show that you were probably wrong.
Miss Muse is in the chat room, so no more talking about Karens, because Miss Muse is saying hello from YouTube, and I know that her name is Karen.
You started it.
I did not. Jennifer.
And
Jennifer started Karen.
Liana.
What?
Fucking Nick's waiting, Paul. Nick's waiting. Look at Paul's redder than my hair.
All I've been doing is laughing. I'm just going, seriously?
Our show is typically a mix of like serious and fun normally. But, this is the day after Christmas, so we have to spread the joy. We have to spread the joy.
This is actually funny as fuck.
Let's see who else I can get to sucker in here on their
I am gonna say that James Jarvis did not kill himself.
Oh, what? Liana's just being honest.
Yeah. I don't know that I can have a whole bunch of people in here all at one time, but we can invite a bunch of people one at a time, right?
One at a time.
Revolving door.
And I don't know if Mark's List still has us on the big screen in his shop, but he said he had us on the big screen and he had a bottle of rum and he hasn't hasn't commented recently. I don't know how much of the bottle of rum is left.
The dog's picking him up.
So if you're in Michigan near his store, you might be able to go in there and get a bunch of stuff pretty cheap because he's probably in a very good mood.
Is he doing a Christmas sale that we don't know about?
And he says that we're still up. I was just worried that he'd gotten so drunk that he'd fallen off of his stool or something. That would have been very embarrassing.
His dog will keep him alert. Have you seen that dog?
I've seen the dog, but the dog looks like it would cuddle. If he fell on the floor, the dog might just cuddle up on the floor with him.
Promiscuous plug show. That's why we don't show our rear ends.
So I'm waiting for Mark to get so drunk that he'll just offer to sponsor us for the next year and send us $1,000.
Oh shit!
To pay off all of our bills,
hang on.
so that we can stay around.
Careful, Ronzi.
Okay,
this will not look good on my resume.
So
that's
we
we
already have another guest lined up. He said I sent the link and he said 2 minutes. So we'll see. We'll see.
I'm going to make a motion to have Bernie be the best absolute.
He says
animal.
The dog's not really doing its job. It's curled up on the couch asleep. So I don't know.
But it is the best dog in vaping. I mean,
I don't know because the bat pig French bulldogs are also included in that. If you're not aware. Chris Johnson and his lovely I don't know if they're married partner have a French bulldog breeding company as well, and they breed these gorgeous Frenchy bulldogs. They're so gorgeous I can't afford one because I would love to have one because they do genetic testing, they do all the stuff, and he's very transparent, and he shows you from essentially from conception to birth, and then going through all of the rigmarole to get them approved and stuff and all that, and then he sends you. You go and get the doggy, and it's awesome.
Yep. All right.
So, yeah. They're and they like if you want a specific color and hair color and eye color.
Yeah.
Like. He's got all the genetic testing. They know which two parents to pair together to get you the doggy that you want.
Okay.
He was also doing that with pythons for a while, and he had like I don't know if he still does it or not, but he had like 15 or 20 pythons, and they came in different colors. If you wanted a stormtrooper python.
Wow.
They had a black and white, like he had they're going all out with this genetic testing and stuff and to make sure that you get a healthy animal.
Wow.
So I would love a stormtrooper python.
Yeah. Like if you go through Chris's Facebook and the old pictures, you'll find all of the different pythons that he was doing. But the bat pig Frenchies they're on point. Yeah. They've got their own YouTube channel and they've got their own Facebook channel that you can watch them. He has GoPros set up in the kennels so that you can watch your doggy. It's pretty cool.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you,
agree,
Michelle. I also like, and I am a dog shelter guy. But if you're in that whole thing that you want a specific thing, the Frenchie Bulldog are pretty cool.
Oh, fucking Bill. Here we go.
I still have a Colt Python.
That's yeah. Nice gun.
Let me see here. I got to respond over here.
Nice gun and in, but yep. Wrong animal.
Do you guys breed drop bears down there?
No. Fuck.
Oh, you know what?
You're gonna cop a whole inbox full of fucking pictures of drop bears. That's what you're gonna get. Every drop bear that I can find. Gifts, all of it.
Why do I need pictures of Chapman? I don't need pictures of Chapman.
He's not a drop bear. He's just a dead set wanker.
What's the frog? What's the big bull? The toad that I always, the cane toad.
Oh yeah, the Queensland cane toad.
Maybe he's a cane toad.
No, he's not a cane toad either. No, he's just a wanker. That's all he is.
That too.
But oh god, no. Cane toad. If he looked like a cane toad, jeez, that'd be.
Well, I just see lots of pictures of like snakes dead eating a cane toad.
Yep.
Oh.
So yeah, they're very pervasive species. I'm just surprised that we haven't seen a story of Paul's obituary where he was licking a cane toad.
Oh no.
Like Beavis and Butthead.
From the 80s. It would have been from the 80s, right, Paul?
I'd rather do LSD, not cane toads. Thanks for that. You know. I do have some standards in this world.
2?
Well, yeah, 1 is my beer cold.
Yeah.
2 is my steak rare.
There you go. I've
got standards.
That's right. And you don't try to prompt Jennifer into being called a Karen.
That was enjoyable and fun. I know what buttons to push.
I'm surprised you don't have packing tape in a box already.
She's already upset because her younger sister,
I know,
is very worried about the virus.
You're liable to summons her ass back in here.
She's got guests coming. She's busy, getting ready to be a hostess.
I think she could grow horns. What's what?
What's this?
I don't know.
Who the hell are you?
I'm gonna block that though.
Ibrahim. What are you smoking, motherfucker?
Fuck. What?
Is that on Facebook?
You blocked Bill.
I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. I'll unblock Bill in a second. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh shit!
Y'all quit.
Is this for legal advice for Jen or what?
All right,
Karen's
over here. Where's
no!
Where's the?
There we go.
Pretend we're important. God damn it, Patrick! You didn't warn me.
All right. I got the right guy. Now I got to go back over here and see if I can unblock. I fucking did that really wrong.
You attract a lot of weirdos. You know that?
Oh shit! I don't know how to unblock somebody now.
Crap.
So Nick,
Christmas.
How prevalent are butt plugs in Florida? I'm really curious because Patrick seems to think that they're very strong. Is there a lot?
There's a lot.
Is it the elderly population just rebelling, or
no? It's all these youngsters, man. We got this reputation back when Super Bowls were actually played here, and it went crazy between strip clubs and butt plugs.
Oh, somehow Bill's no longer blocked.
Pretty crazy.
Oh, maybe not. Shit.
And don't act like you don't know either.
Me or Patrick?
You know. You probably got like all the online stores.
I got more bookmarks than bookmarks.
See?
See?
Oh shit!
I'm just gonna
after your ass already.
I'm just gonna invite Bill because I can't unblock him. I don't know what I did.
Poor Bill.
Bill, who?
Of all people, why would you do that?
Because I was blocking that douchebag, and then the chat moved, and it blocked Bill.
Who is he talking to, Yolanda?
Well, he did it twice. He did it to Jennifer, and
I didn't see the other one. All right,
he did it to Yolanda.
You blocked Tarling.
I accidentally did because the chat moved, and I don't know how to unblock somebody once I've blocked them.
We got to figure this shit out.
Well, I know. I sent him an invitation just to come on and be one of us and be on the screen. But I don't know how to.
Madness about this cigar flavor that I'm hearing about.
Oh, it's not madness, man. It is not madness because I'm stingy.
him and Jennifer have already spoken, Patrick. You're not getting away with it. He's just shaking his head.
You're in shit now, dude.
I imagine I'll just mute myself and let you interrogate him by yourself, Nick.
I fucking spilt the beans.
Yeah, you did.
Well, no, Jennifer Jennifer already knew. I told Jennifer about it, but
but I spilled the beans.
You told me about it a while ago and promised me some and just never sent it. So then Paul followed up and I was like, damn it, Patrick was supposed to send me some of that.
I know, right? So, I'm such an asshole.
Why do you got the Tiny Tim gloves on?
Because these are compression. These are arthritis compression gloves.
I told
it's in lieu of a butt plug.
You shouldn't be doing
well, it's in both hands.
Both worn out.
It's in both hands, so double fisting it.
You just, damn, dude, you got to slow down. You're already half blind.
It suppresses the vibrations.
I am already half blind.
And I told you about your hands, and you're going to wear them out now too. Then what the hell are you going to do? Prosthetic will probably hurt.
No, that is very true.
So you better take care of your hands.
That is true.
I'm sure we can get you something into your hands.
I don't know that she doesn't have her cam on, but there's the Karen's back.
Mark, turn up the volume. Is my volume low or something?
You're just it's just because you're far enough away from your microphone. Then it's.
Let me pull it in for Mark. Hey, Mark.
I don't know how to make my other camera work on this thing right now. Is there buttons I don't understand?
You really rather come back already.
Well, she said I'm still here, and then she came back in.
Yeah, I'm here.
So her house guests are not there apparently yet.
They're not here, and they actually texted and said that they were running late. So I'm in here and talk to Nick a minute because I want to know how long Nick's known about this tobacco and why neither one of us have it.
Nick's known for a while because we had a conversation about a flavor that Nick was producing called Twinkie, and I had to explain to him that was probably a not a good name for an e-liquid.
I did not produce Twink.
You did not produce Twink.
I purchased Twink. I purchased the profile with the name of Twink, and we quickly changed it to Dream Cake.
Because that is a very unfortunate name for an e-liquid. It's only gonna be marketable to a certain segment of people.
Yes.
Just saying.
Well,
Okay,
it's
but
gone.
this tobacco that you've been working on, if I remember correctly, I'm the one that helped you start this journey.
You did start me on the DIY journey. That is true. You were one of the people. You're not the only one, but you were
Oh,
one
I
of
know.
them.
You got the other one right here, Drop Bear.
Kevin,
Good
what was
riddance
that?
over here. Good riddance over here has been stuck on the same one I made him to begin with. He might have done a couple of tweaks, but he hasn't ventured quite as far as you have.
Is it tobacco?
Yeah.
I would never, Jennifer, I would never do what Patrick has done to you.
Oh yeah, that's
Well,
that
you
is
also
really
don't.
awesome.
You liked. You told me what you wanted. I mixed it exactly to the description. Patrick sucks at describing what he wants to take.
What's that? He sucked? What?
I'm always right,
But you're not
Here we
always
go.
good.
except for those 3 times.
But you're not always good. You're not always good at it, even when you're right.
Well, no, I'm good at it once I figure out how to do it.
You're right.
That was what happened.
Don't tell him that.
Now Leanna's talking out of school too.
All right. So wait a minute. All the crap aside, when are we getting the cigar? That's all I want to know. I really don't
That's
want
what I'm
to
waiting.
banter.
I have to make another batch and wait 5 weeks.
Wait. You don't have to wait that long. You can make another batch and mail it, and I'll let it sit here 5 weeks.
She can take that under her own.
I don't have one of those fancy homogenizer things that I keep hearing people talk about. I don't have
You don't
one
need
of
that
those.
crap. You don't need that crap. That's good, but it's not necessary.
Patrick,
No.
pro tip: she knows what steep means.
I'm not sure.
Hold on. Let me just show you.
Wait
Let me
5
just
weeks.
show you what steep means. Oh man, my camera sucks.
That's true. I wasn't going to say that, but
Well,
the truth.
I'm on my computer camera. For some reason, my webcam isn't picking up. So you got this shitty little camera that came with this computer. So how do I do this? Is there somewhere on here that gives me the option to switch it?
Oh, that looks good, Patrick.
Under the cam mic, under the little gear.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's a little thing. There's a little gear that says cam mic.
I see it on there.
Then you can go to your camera and change if your computer is if the software there you go.
Better.
There you go. And since I banned Bill accidentally because some African dude was asking for money, there's our substitute Kevin. Because he wants everybody to know, and he looks like a serial killer thing with that mask on.
Hey, social distancing, wearing the mask. I don't know where you guys have been.
That's right, especially Nick.
That's
Every
true.
time somebody
That's true.
joins,
If
Nick-
anybody's following my Facebook, you know that Santa Claus is taking a skinny dipping social distance break right now. He got done doing his press.
Not Kevin Crowley. Please do not go skinny dipping with a camera.
Wow, we even got skinny dipping on the show.
Oh, now he's Pennywise.
You might as well have skinny dips.
I guess the mod father left.
Where'd he go?
Nico go?
We heard his feelings about cigars and butt plugs, and he took off. He'll be back.
Now, why are you using cigars as a butt plug?
Wait, Bill, why is he banning you?
Well, I mean that's what we call the Monica Lewinsky. It's just a variation on the Monica Lewinsky.
Oh, look, I even have new flavors. I can see them through my camera.
and they steep just fine where they are, right?
They're just
Nick,
flavors. I haven't
you
mixed
done?
anything with them yet.
Are you done with your tantrum? You took off. What happened?
He didn't want to cuss on camera.
I've seen Nick cuss on camera before.
He was calling you names. He didn't want to hurt your feelings.
I don't have any feelings.
I know.
For real though, what are we gonna do about nicotine if they pass these stupid freaking vape mail bans?
Nick, can you hear us, Nick?
He has no.
Hello.
you guys are all choppy. Can you hear me?
I can
Yes.
hear you.
Clear as a bell, Nick.
Weird.
He's having the Bard problem. He's got bad Wi-Fi.
It's good now.
Okay.
I just want to know when you guys are going to get your cigar flavor. I don't understand why he won't answer the question.
I did. I said when I make a new batch, I'll send some.
Wait, why? Are you going to vape that whole batch? You mean to tell me you can't spare 10 mils so that we can test it, or even a 5 mil?
You're gonna like it so much. You're gonna like it so much. You're gonna need a 30 mil bottle.
I can make more.
So send that in 5
You can.
weeks. Send 10 now and 30 later.
Yeah.
Don't be so cheap, man.
It's not like you go through that whole thing fast enough.
I don't know. I got 3 bottles right here.
Well, you shithead. You can take one. Give me 15
Yeah, but
seconds.
he's already allocated all
And
3
you have
bottles
2.
to other people first.
Well, I got to send one to Australia to Paul, and then I got to send Leanna one.
Paulie's gonna bake that. Paulie's gonna break it down and make it.
Well, he might actually be able to do that because he might have
Paul and
all the
Leanna
rest.
can
All
share
the flavors.
one. They can share one. They're going to see each other soon. So that cuts one out.
Possibly.
One for me, one for Jen. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't even need a whole one. You can send me half. Nick will take half. I'll tell Nick what's in it, and then me and Nick will have your recipe.
I doubt it. I'm not gonna say no. But
Love your style, Jen. Love it.
I doubt it. No, if Vapors Depot would want to sponsor Smoke Free Radio for a year, it only costs $1,000, and then all of our bills are paid.
A whole year? That's it?
That's it.
And you get 100 milliliters of cigar flavor.
And you get a free show every Monday morning.
Okay. I'm already on Monday morning.
I know.
We're going to do it separate?
He's trying to steal you.
He does have a show on this network every Monday morning called the Monday 20.
Yeah, I watch it because it's like the breakthrough for the week. I'm at work usually at that time, and I need something in the background, so I turn it on because now I'm social distancing, working from home. So I turn it on my TV and watch while I work.
I'm in the car because that's when I'm driving to work on Monday mornings. I always try to listen.
Instead of whistle while you work, I watch vaping while I work.
It's a speed show. 20 minutes. Bah, 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 bah.
Actually, I have rarely seen that show actually go 20 minutes. Just saying. That show's usually longer than 20 minutes.
Yeah, I
22.
Yeah, about 30 minutes, I would say.
And eventually I'll get Bill to do a show. He could call it Vaping Distortion or something like that, and then he could have a show.
Hey, we got to sponsor Smoke Free Radio.
Oh, he's got to get permission from the wife.
Vom Liquids or the Vapors Depot, one of the two. We'll do it.
Oh,
I'm gonna do
that way I
show.
can buy Kevin a new microphone so that he doesn't have to have a mixing board.
Look, man, just get the juice in the mail, okay?
You bought his bottle. That's an expensive bottle of juice.
And don't bring me into it.
Well,
Yeah,
what,
now
you do
fucking
need a new
Kevin
microphone.
out. Don't pimp Kevin out like that.
Now Victor wants one as well. What's going on here? This is
Sir.
hilarious.
Where's Victor?
He's in the chat. He's sending me
Oh,
one.
are you sending me one? That was where the third bottle was going. I have to make a new batch and wait 5 weeks because Victor and Leanna and Paul are both getting those 3 bottles.
What's this?
No, arsehat. I don't need the bottle.
Shh, shh.
See, Kevin was super easy. He said, I want something nutty that's not sweet, that's not too ashy, that isn't actually an RY4, but it's got that kind of F to it.
I actually have a flavor. I actually have a flavor that's already mixed in it's one flavor bottle that would do all of that for you, Kevin.
Okay.
He might like
it. I don't know.
He likes the peanut background on his.
See, I don't even know I like the peanut background.
He likes a penis in his background. What?
And that's
Yeah, he likes that peanut background.
beside the butt plug. This is it here, and that's that. She didn't tell me anything about peanuts. I just said okay.
Because if I
it doesn't
tell you,
matter.
then it's in your head, and now you know.
Right.
So it's better to just send it to you and tell you, try that.
I'm okay.
Now next time you vape on it, you'll be like, oh, I taste the peanuts.
I don't know. I'm not that smart. Look at Nick.
I have ruined it for you. It won't even taste as much as tobacco now. You'll be like, "This is a peanut. Can I get a tobacco now?"
Yep.
Just like the kids would tell me, I smell caramel, and I don't have any idea what that was on the one I had for a while. So yeah, I don't know peanuts.
I had a blueberry
James, I am.
that was a commercially made one, not one that I made, and not the one that Jennifer made for me, because she did make me one. That when I vaped it, my wife would yell across the house, "What the fuck are you vaping? That smells awful."
It had honey. It had honey tobacco.
It did not. It did not have the cat piss honey in it. It did not.
Had
But
mango in it.
no, it's blueberry and tobacco. The tobacco was so predominant on the room note that there was, and the blueberries were great on the inhale, and everything was just tobacco. It was naturally extracted tobacco. And my wife hated that
the chocolate tobaccos either have a chocolate note, a peanut note, or they have a honey note. And if they got that, or they got a caramel note, if they have that chocolate note, chocolate sometimes burns. It smells like burnt brownies and really bad. And tobacco's on the room exhale, just like the honey does. But it tastes delicious. You got to vape that shit outside.
I can't. I have not vaped a honey. A liquid that actually has the honey extract in it that I liked. It even tastes like cat piss.
No, there's one honey that doesn't do that.
But Nick and Jennifer both, because neither and then even not Kevin Crowley, because you all. How was your Christmases?
It was great.
It was really good. My son came down from Florida, and he has been here. He took a long weekend, so he came from Fort Myers on Christmas Eve. He landed, and he leaves Tuesday. So day after my birthday. My birthday is Monday, so he wants to stay till Monday. We were looking at flights for him to leave for tomorrow because he's kind of worried about his dog, but I think he's staying till Tuesday. You can fly from Fort Myers to North Carolina to Raleigh, Durham, pretty freaking cheap. $75, $55. Sometimes, it's $150 is if you buy it last minute.
Wow.
You could get the Southwest getaway fare. Sometimes the getaway fares are.
He just does Allegiant. Allegiant is $45, $30. If you don't fly here. Oh, they fly from Fort Myers to North Carolina.
We have a little tiny airport here that has 4 gates.
So now you're never going to get liquid.
And for me to fly literally anywhere, they add like $500 to the flight.
Sheesh.
Where, Patrick?
Corpus Christi, Texas.
Really?
Yep. They have 4 gates. I booked a flight from here to Vegas about 2 years ago, and it was like $2,000.
Damn.
So for me to drive to San Antonio to get on a plane, or to Austin, that's like a 3 or 4 hour drive just to get on a plane. And then you start weighing what's best, because when you come home, you got to get in your car and drive 4 hours home.
Right.
Yeah, that's
it's an international airport because they fly twice a week to Mexico.
See, with taking those $75, even $150 flights, 12 hours from my house to his house, so he can get here cheaper than about that same price. But it'll take him 12 hours to get here. Just fly. The only time that he needs to drive is if he wants to bring his dog with him.
They carry dogs on airplanes.
Yeah, and it's $150 for that dog too. So at that point, it's cheaper to drive.
Yeah. I bet he's loving it up there. It's actually chilly here today.
It got cold. It got cold here. I mean, I say that God did it for him because it never gets cold here at this time of year. It doesn't start till January, and it went down to the 30s.
You're in Fort Myers?
No, I'm in North Carolina. He lives in Fort Myers.
Okay. Well, it's cold here too. So,
where are you at?
Clearwater.
Clearwater. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, 50, 55.
50. Are you guys about to die?
Yeah. Freaking got the heat on, blankets.
It's 70 degrees here right now.
70.
Bunch of old people snuggling.
They can fire under the blankets, right?
Yeah, man.
It's so cold here. Everybody's got their fireplaces going at 70 degrees.
Well, it's cold enough here. We got to turn the heat on. It was 30 the other day. It's 45, 50 today.
It drops down to 30 at night and then 70 to 80 during the day.
This is probably perfect COVID weather over here because it goes to 0, it goes to 30, and then to 70, and then to 80, and then to 30, and then every other day. And it could hit all 3 seasons in the same day. Wake up in the 30s, hit the 40s, go all the way up to the 80s, and then drop back down to.
Yeah, we'll be in the 70s tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bumping the 80s next week, and then back down to 50.
So, what do you guys really think is going to happen with vape mail? Come on, guys. I'm very worried.
It's in the omnibus, and there's no indication that Trump's not going to do a line item right now. The Senate's already approved it. That they approved literally the Senate and House both have passed the bill, and it went to the president's desk, and he didn't sign it. He vetoed that and the COVID bill. So there's no indication that anybody has any desire to remove it. I mean, Rand Paul, but he's not going to have enough support in the Senate to reject it now. It's already passed. Like, it already went through them.
Right.
So, literally it's gonna be DHL and UPS. And then if UPS decides to shoot themselves in the foot, because it'll be a massive influx of money if everybody in the vape industry has to use UPS.
UPS might actually follow suit of FedEx.
I said might.
Yeah, don't forget, when FedEx got nailed with all those millions and millions in fines, UPS said, "Okay, we're going to be taking a serious look and possibly banning all that shit."
Right. But DHL, I don't imagine that DHL is going to. I mean, they could be the largest carrier in the world if they pick up the slack from all the other carriers. The problem is DHL doesn't have the huge infrastructure that all these other companies have. There's no DHL terminal here. Everything that gets delivered to me here in Corpus from DHL gets put on a van in San Antonio and brought down here.
Do you think Amazon can get in on any of that?
Why would they want to?
Amazon already has a policy where they will not allow any vape products.
Really?
I mean, there are people that are flying under the radar.
I mean, the thing that worries me is
at Amazon, the Amazon marketplace, but eventually they're going to slam the door on those guys too.
One of the things that worries me is how does the distros get their products from point A to point B in the shops? Is that going to be?
I think business to business is going to be okay. I think.
No, not at all.
No,
because there's also another player that started off here in Australia. It's called Sendle. They've now got offices in the US, and I've been in discussions with them. They heard about this and they said, "We'll carry anything." And if they go down that pathway, not a problem.
It costs too much for them to start separating between consumer and who's a business and following up on that and who's slipping under the radar that way.
That's super scary to me if it goes from distro to...
Jen, the majority of our stuff comes from FedEx or USPS to our stores.
Yeah. So there you go. So, I mean, it's going to affect your business tremendously because, it's terrible. I mean, it's terrible. I already called the nicotine suppliers here in North Carolina. We have two major ones. And I called them, the day after I saw the omnibus bill to see if they allow order and pick up on location. And neither one of them do so far. So is that going to be something? How are we going to get liquid made if we can't get it to the manufacturers?
Well, these are discussions that a lot of us have been having in the background recently.
Yes. I've had that conversation since last year. I've been preparing since January of 2020, maybe even December 2019.
Correct, Jen.
I'm freaking out now last minute because I don't know what I would do with everybody else. You know, I know what I'm going to do for me, but what am I going to do with all my people? What are my friends, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law? What are we going to do with them? Because I'm not making liquid for. I've pretty much stopped making liquid. I've made mine and a couple, and just the one for my show on Sundays. That's it.
Well, here's the thing.
And a DHL does claim to have operations in every state.
Yeah.
Just saying. Somebody mentioned that, and I wanted to.
If the US goes down this pathway, this is gonna send precedent to the rest of the world, because this also then stops all of the manufacturers in China, and a lot of them use FedEx. All right, a lot of them ship into the US via FedEx. This is then going to come down to shipping companies and other people taking up the slack to try and do what needs to be done. If you're talking about nicotine only, and nicotine, and we've said this on the show here many, many times, he who controls the spice controls the universe. And if they cut that connection off, there's serious fucking problems.
I mean, that's pretty much happening right now with this bill. That is happening because how the hell is even a DIYer like me going to get nicotine delivered in its raw form? It is a gel. It can be aerolized, and it is the substance they're trying to stop. Well, that's not the only thing. How about the equipment? Equipment is pretty much in this bill too.
Yep.
Anything vape related.
These are the things that need to be addressed.
And people are so dumb. There are so many dumb people out there because I was in another group with totally different stuff they talk about, and somebody was complaining about the omnibus bill, and I threw the vaping one out there, right? And they were like, "Oh, well, that's a good bill because all that does is stop the children from," and that's when I was like, "Boom." I mean, I threw that like throwing a bone out there, and then drug them with information because no, that's not what that bill does.
Should I get Jen really panicked?
No.
Yep.
Don't forget.
Please.
Don't forget they say anything vape related. So there's absolutely nothing for them to down the road say, "Hey, flavoring is vape related."
And we've already discussed that with I've discussed that with one of my sponsors. We had that conversation, and there are some flavors that we can justifiably say that they can go to candy making, other stuff, but there are flavors that are imported even from Canada and from Europe and from Australia that are not, they're not USD certified, so they can't be used for food because they haven't got those certifications, nor are they going to pay to have that done. And so those flavors are only going to be considered vape related.
I'm going to start an LLC for aromatics, just so that I can receive packaging.
You want me to tell you what's not regulated? Craft beer.
Yeah, I know.
Homebrew.
Well,
it's not food grade.
No, but there is regulations for that, though.
I understand, but the regulation, because it's homebrew, you making it at home, each thing can go to that.
So what if we get giant bottles of craft beer, and inside the liquid in the middle we store all the bottles of e-liquid?
Use really dark glass. Use really dark glass bottles.
Other way around, Bill. But
even the PG and the VG can be justified through there because they use better machines.
Hang on. PG can be controlled because of manufacturing. VG
I know, but manufacturing machines that are doing something like beer need it to lubricate their wheels without it being toxic. My brain is going.
Patrick's stuck on lubricate.
No, I'm stuck on moving gears in a beer machine. There's no moving parts in
Hush, Patrick. Hush.
Here's the thing: if they go totally into what its intended use is,
Yeah,
none of it's
correct.
going to be worth anything.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, like I said earlier, changing the game plan, changing the way we fight this battle is going to be the number one thing. I mean, we're going to lose. I mean, we're going to lose.
For how long?
We're going to have to start. We're going to start from a position of we are prohibited, and we're going to have to fight our way out of that hole. And doing this using all of the methods that we've already used has shown us abject failure.
Correct.
We have no victories, nothing that we can put a feather in our cap and say we won on a federal level. The states have been kicking ass. There's no doubt in my mind. Florida has kicked ass and they've defeated, so many bills. Texas has defeated and kicked ass. We've won. Tennessee is just running a fucking list of kicking ass. So on a federal level,
pretty well.
Yeah, I mean the states in general. Mark Sliss is kicking ass by himself in fucking Michigan. It seems like half the time. So we're kicking ass in the states. There's no doubt in my mind. But on a federal level, the playbook that we've been using has just failed. And I love the people that are doing it, but we have not. I cannot. Like I said last week, I'm fucking sick and tired of losing. We have to try something new, and we're going to be doing that from the lowest of the low because this bill is going to pass. The omnibus bill is going to fucking pass, and we don't have anybody in DC that will stand on our side. I'm talking in the halls of power. I'm talking about actual legislators other than Rand Paul, who is going to fight for us and get us stricken from the omnibus. And President Trump is not going to line item us out when he's fucking doing all the other shit that's already in his plan. Like he just pardoned Duncan Hunter this week, who clearly was a fucking criminal. He's not going to. We've been yelling desperately at him for 4 years and have not gotten his fucking attention. Not more than for 5 seconds. So we just have to accept we're going to fucking lose, and we have to take it now. We have to understand the war is not over, and we're going to have to try new things. And that means that we have to, instead of pushing the liberty fight, the liberty argument did not work. It's not going to work with a Biden president. The small business argument is not going to work. It didn't work when Romney was whispering into Trump's ear saying that that's not true. So now we bring the fucking science. We bring in Leanna. We bring in Clive Bates. We bring in Dr. Paul Newhouse. We bring in Ray Nyora. We get all these guys that understand the science of nicotine. Because they don't even need to argue about vaping. They need to argue about what nicotine does. And then at the end say, this is an efficient delivery method for nicotine.
I think we have to take it one step further. Bring the science, but to call out all the supposed health organizations.
Well, yeah.
And
that's part of it.
We have to use
dark
science
money
for.
organizations.
Not just going to legislators saying, oh, here's science. Because they'll just go, yeah, but the health department says this.
We have to discredit the bad science and bring the good science.
They have been ripping off the public. They have been collecting billions in taxes that people are paying for to complete bullshit. And we are calling them out.
Would you say, Nick?
I was saying all that is true. And we've been pounding that drum. But how do we achieve getting that message to the right ears?
We can't pound that drum. They don't recognize that I'm a scientist. If I spout science, they're going to go, what are your credentials? So we bring the people that have the credentials and will fight for us. Alex Wodek, Colin Mendelson, all these guys need to be the voices. They need to be sitting in the fucking chamber in DC saying, this is the science. Here's my whiteboard. Here's the science I'm showing you. That data that you keep being quoted by all these other ass hats, has been discredited by the preponderance of the scientists on the planet. I mean, they keep quoting Stanton Glance's heart attack study, and it's been retracted.
Yeah.
So we bring the scientists and say that science is bullshit. It's been retracted. Here's the retraction letter. This is the real science. This is what, Paul Newhouse, he's a fucking genius when it comes to nicotine. He's been studying it for 3 decades. So that is we have to get rid of all the other bullshit and bring the science. That costs money. I mean, obviously, none of those scientists, we can't pay the scientists.
No.
We can't pay them.
But we
can pay for their travel, but we can't pay them.
We still have so many vapors that don't think they're going to be affected. There's just so many that think this isn't going to happen to me. They're about to wake up. They're going to have a rude awakening.
I've said this repeatedly on this show, and I'll say it again. I don't give a shit about the vapors. I give a shit about the smokers. Correct. The vapors will understand how heavy this is when they go down the street to the fucking vape shop and the doors are closed and it says closed for business. They're going to understand. Then they're going to get angry.
I know, but how will we ever get the message to the smokers if the government is doing all they can to make smokers think that it's all bad?
Once we unbrainwash them with the science, we'll win back the smokers.
So here's my fear, is that it's going to take a big loss to get everybody engaged again, because everybody's just kind of cruising through.
I've been freaking out for 2 years.
And a good portion of our industry
everybody said that we were Chicken Little, that we were screaming. We've been screaming this on this fucking show. We've been on this show for 6 years. I was 2 years on another show before that. So, we've been saying it and everybody's been ignoring us. So, you know what? Now I can fucking say I told you so.
No, you realize what will happen.
Say that. Yeah. I hate to be able to say that, but I'm saying it. And in all my DIY groups, I'm like, y'all, you guys might have thought I was crazy when I was telling you last year and the year before, you better start stocking up a little bit every single month on your nicotine, PG and PG. Everybody was like, oh, you're crazy. I'm like, no, I'm not kidding. Now I'm like, let me show you guys. This is the line item. Everybody's fucked.
Well, one thing you got to remember, you're saying, once the big one hits, vapors are going to suddenly wake up and suddenly get involved. I think what will happen is when the big one hits, they'll go, damn it, those guys didn't protect us. It's all their fault.
That's true.
We're doing the work. They didn't protect us. Blame them.
That's true.
Start stomping their feet.
Hey, Kevin.
Like they always do.
Who is Kasa?
We are Kasa.
I was going to say us.
Well, I asked Kevin, but Jennifer must have had a brain fart and forgot who she was for a second. I was actually doing this, but I didn't want to do this.
Leave Karen alone.
One of the things we do need to start doing, though, is I've been screaming it for 6 years and was told to F off. We have to start using the Tobacco Playbook 101 against the other side, because the entire time, government, the ants, all the corporations, tobacco, pharma, they use Tobacco Playbook. And one of the playbook things is when you're going against somebody, use the playbook, put them on the defensive the whole time, and they will get nowhere. Distract, deflect, it will take away any of their argument. And the whole time we're trying to say, no, here's what's happening. They just distract, deflect. We get nowhere. We have to use the Tobacco Playbook techniques against them.
Agreed.
And Yolanda brings up a point. In our latest study, numerous smokers have made clear that they are under the impression that vaping is as bad or worse than smoking.
Because she's a researcher, by the way.
She's a brain. She's a smart person. We fucking talk about this shit, and we say, 2016 they surveyed all these people. 70% of the people that responded knew that vaping was safer than smoking. Repeated it in 2018. 70% of the people polled knew that vaping was worse than smoking. In just 2 years, they reprogrammed all of the people that vaping was bad. Vaping's worse than smoking. Vaping's going to kill your kids. Vaping's going to give you brain cancer. Vaping's going to make you impotent, according to Stan. So, yeah, we have to bring the only way that we have is to get these respected people. Ray Nyora and what's the other policy guy? From the Drug Policy Alliance, Ethan Nadelman.
Yeah,
those two guys have clout. They have respect. Obviously, both of them have said positive things about vaping on YouTube or even in hearings, but we need to amplify that by bringing them into Congress. We need to get she's blowing kisses and waving at somebody. We need to get
you guys. I send you a private chat that says now my company is really here and I really do have to go. Sorry, I made the conversation so serious and now I'm going to dip on you guys and leave you guys because this
it's fine.
Important.
Hey Karen, before you go, we love you. And at some point there will be a bottle coming in the mail, but give your younger sister our best.
She is 10 years older than me. Thank you very much.
That's how you Karen right there. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Love you guys.
Take care, Jen. Love to see you.
Happy New Year if I don't see or hear from
Great
you guys.
to see you.
Great to see you too, Paul.
Bye.
So
yeah,
I like Oliver Kershaw's quote.
Is he still alive?
I just stop it. There's only one solution: unity and aggression. And I'm going to add to Oliver Kershaw, if I may, and science, aggressively, in unison. Period. Mm-hmm. That's it. I got nothing. I don't have any other ideas. I'm watching and looking and waiting. And Bill, I know how you feel about being badgered because, yeah, me too.
I've been called a terrorist trying to blow up the U.S.
Yeah,
because I wouldn't let somebody completely rip apart vaping on the vape distortion board.
Yeah,
a terrorist?
Yeah, I was called a terrorist.
Wow.
Who is determined to completely destroy the U.S. vape market.
Oh, well, I'm not sure who that is, but
we don't share the same message, and that's a huge problem.
Yeah, we have to have that unifying voice. We need to all speak together and say the same words. You remember when we did the Florida rally and we tried to get everybody to say "we vape, we vote" at the same time, and it just came out as chaos? Even saying the same thing didn't work because the platform that we were using wasn't capable of hearing it.
Right.
So we have to make the platform fertile for that information. So we have to bring these fucking brains, put them in front of the politicians with plenty of time to provide the data and the information. Not us providing the data information, the actual people
third party, that
create the data and the science.
Along with, everything you guys did on Smoke Free and what you did personally and Fig to put that whole rally together, there was an important key there, and that was summoning a third-party economic analysis that was huge, right? So again, they heard that third party speaking on our behalf, and it made sense to them. So you're essentially saying the same thing. That's where we have to be, right? They're not going to listen to us if we're stakeholders or have an interest in the vape industry, or I'm an adult and I like flavors, or I smoked 30 years and I've been vaping for 5. They're tired of hearing all that. So you're hitting the right point, is that we have to get these outside people to push that. And a huge part was our PR guys. They're not in the vape industry, but we pay them to do a job. And it's just communicate our message in a way that translate it to our government and our local, legislators to understand what we're trying to say. And it worked. And that's what we need on a bigger scale, right? So our vapors can scream all they want. Manufacturers, vapors, shop owners, But unless that message is tailored in the right way, in their language, they're not going to hear it. And that's exactly what you're saying. But this was proof of it. Until we got to that point where we had to engage others, we weren't being heard. Those people didn't hear a damn thing we said all year.
One of the things I was going
to, we got somebody involved that could translate it for us.
One of the things I was going to bring up was we need to start doing one thing which the ants and the other side do all the time. Before public hearings, we need to start getting people into a mini, even if it's a one-day workshop of here's how to present, here's how to speak, here's how to connect with them. Because don't forget, Campaign for Killing Kids, they actually hold training seminars for all the kids in presenting, all the kids on speaking on point. As a matter of fact, if you listen to a kid presenting, an unbiased kid speaking at one hearing, and listen to an unbiased kid, completely different one, at another hearing, and you start matching the script, you'll start seeing that, oh, you're saying this is your personal script, but it's absolutely the identical script. And they are brought in, and they do have training sessions. As a matter of fact, at the recent hearing, one of the people who was speaking is actually a paid ambassador youth, paid with a full scholarship. Plus, she just got another $5,000 grant from Campaign for Killing Kids. But representing herself is never brought up. Oh, I'm an unbiased youth. This is hurting me so much. They never bring up or disclose. By the way, I'm sponsored, trained, and scripted by Campaign for Killing Kids.
It's a strategy. And that's
the one that we just pulled down.
That's what we have to do is meet the night before and strategize on who's going to say what. It's the truth. That's the benefit of what we say, right? It's the truth. Yeah. It's just who's going to deliver what message. They have to go that extra mile and train on what to say because it's all lies. Whereas we have it easy. We can tell the truth, but at least we meet and brainstorm about who's going to deliver which portion of that message. And, that's another very important part that you're discussing right now is when we're giving testimony. The other piece is getting more people there that really give a damn to be there to testify. Otherwise, you got 5 people delivering a message every time.
First thing I do when watching any hearing, the youth comes on to speak, I check the Campaign for Killing Kids, their awards lists for all the different years to see if that person is in there. Because if that person is one of the speakers, as with this last big hearing, then guess what? Almost every other youth in there is also a sponsored because they're brought in to recruit them and train them.
I mean, they also get a day off school.
Yep.
Or a couple of days off school if it, depending on where the hearing is. They get put up somewhere nice. They get away from their parents or, only one parent or whatever. It's an outing for them. Of course, they're going to go, especially
and when we get back home, it's a pat on the back for mommy and daddy. We're so proud of you.
Yeah. Oh, Bill, by the way, you are now unbanned. I corrected my fucking mistake. The other guy is still banned.
I can post.
And kids that are in the industry, you guys have to remember also that how many people can you fly in just in the United States as an example? We can say Dr. Rodu. We can say Dr. Siegel.
Nitskin, Joel Nitskin.
Yep.
Great.
Right.
We don't have to fly those guys in.
For the hearings, you have to bring them in ahead of time to speak individually with some of the legislators beforehand.
And if you get
they only have 2 minutes to speak or 1 minute to speak, they aren't going to get across.
They're screwed.
Run them around the Capitol.
And if you're
doors, man.
And if you're looking locally, how many do you have, Nick, that are local that are actually willing to risk their career?
We're fortunate enough to have the Moffitt Cancer Center here, so
that's right. I forgot about those guys.
That number's big. I mean, we're very fortunate in that respect.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it's good stuff. We pull their articles. We have them come testify. Mr. Moffitt's in there half the time where they're talking. Listening. So it's a little extra added amount of pressure, but he's always there.
So you do have a resource, but if I'm in Ohio, I know a couple that James has privately. I'm not going to name them.
University of Ohio has some.
But
I'm sorry.
It's a very harsh thing to think. Hey, Doc, would you come in and test? I ain't going on record for none of this. I'm
we
not
develop rapport, right? beforehand. We got to.
Yeah, you have to have the relationship.
Who's our people, right? And that's who we're going to hit up when it comes time for session. You got to get out and do these things. It's doing your homework. But Patrick, you hit something important as well. We're talking about the things of bringing the kids in. Actually, a couple of you guys did. But when they bring those children in, they take up time and seats. That time and those seats during a committee hearing is huge to us. We lose it the more kids they bring in. So we have to counter it. And there were a couple of sessions where we were lucky enough to do it. They actually cut us short, but the room was filled with vapor. So
it was hysterical when they brought in busloads of kids and they couldn't even get in because all the seats were already taken.
And then when they turn the cameras on, there's all those kids in the same color shirt, that it looks like overwhelmingly, support to these things. I do want to take 1 minute though. So we're talking about science. We're talking about, making sure to bring the smart people to the table. But the problem is just what not Kevin Crowley said a while ago about making sure that we attack and discredit the bad science. So this week, I want everybody to be aware of this because a very good friend of Smoke Free Radio, friend of Vapors, and somebody that we should respect and always amplify. This week, Dr. Farsalinos had to issue a fucking letter because journalists funded by the University of Bath, which is a Bloomberg front, have released an article with intentional defamation against him in the journal V Pro Argos. He sent a letter, and he says, "I reserve my rights to initiate legal action against the journal and the authors." And then the letter is publicly available. I invite everybody. I'm going to throw it here on screen for a second, but I invite everybody to read this. It's a very detailed description of their bad actions and what they did to discredit him. Go follow him on Twitter and read this because they took whole cloth stuff out of the interview and there's like 9 points here. So we have to do, he needs to do this. He needs to stand up for his own ethical standing and to make sure that these people understand that we're not going to let them do that. So we have to do this to them. We have to pull out all the stops on shining a light on all of their bad activities, the bad science, the regurgitation of bad science, the regurgitation of studies that have been revoked.
Until we start getting a public discussion of, or even curiosity by calling them out, and eventually slowly getting media start calling out little bits and pieces and build from there. Until we do that, the public will never understand it.
Right. And we need, hey, David Gerlitz is in the room. Hey, we need, oh, look at that. Hello. We definitely, I can't curse while they're on screen.
Yeah. Patrick, I do have a question. Because in Canada, like whenever we go to legislation and everything, we aren't allowed to have signs. We aren't allowed to have advertising shirts or anything else. Why does the U.S. allow people to bring in advertisement, branding, their organization promotional material as a public display?
Because we don't have obviously lobbyists, they wouldn't, technically, I guess when you go into the hearing, you shouldn't be branding. Obviously, if you're a public health organization, you get a buy.
Yeah.
So if we came up with an organizational shirt that said vaping rocks or vaping saves lives and went into hearings, they wouldn't let us wear that. But if we wear an American Lung Association or a Truth Initiative or any of the other
group
fronts, they're allowed.
Yeah.
Now, NRA, when they go into a hearing, they wear their NRA shirts.
Then what we need to start doing is go in with our branding, like vaping saves lives or we don't smoke, anything like that. Everyone wearing the outfit. And if they say, sorry, you can't wear that, then get rid of every one of those censored kids out of here or have them change their clothes.
Bill,
gotta
I,
call
I,
him.
I
see
still,
Gorless in the room.
Bill,
You
I
gotta
still
call him on the
do
double
not
standards.
Yeah, but I still do not understand how anyone under the age of 18 can walk into Congress or into any of these meetings.
Didn't you know that kids are considered scientific fact for the unbiased scripted material? It's only vapors who are only anecdotal, theoretical.
Anecdotes, those are science. Yes, that's
yeah,
true.
but here in Australia, they're not allowed at all.
Well, we're not in Australia.
No,
They don't have a say-so in the vote.
Correct.
They're pawns. They're pawns. I'm going to skip out, guys. I got a previous engagement I got to go do. Patrick, I love
Kevin,
you. I love every one of you.
Trying your white chocolate
Sure.
pretzel candy cane. Let us see for a whole 5 minutes. I'm liking it.
Love this show. This was a blast, guys.
Yeah, we had a
All
good
right, see
time.
ya.
Too funny.
So I see that David Gerlitz is in the room, but I would send him a link, but I don't know that I'm gonna find him on my chat list and send him the link. But
David,
I don't know
you want to jump in?
We're gonna have him on Monday, by the way.
Really?
Oh, he's already been on my shows 3 or 4 times now.
He'll be on one more.
You guys can have my leftovers.
The house is getting full, guys.
I hear a bunch of voices and kids.
I'm gonna have to run. They're about to go crazy.
Woo,
But
crazy.
I appreciate every one of you. Thank you, guys. And it was great seeing your faces.
Merry
Good to
Christmas.
see you, Nico.
Merry Christmas. You guys take care. See you, Drop Bears.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Soon.
Patrick, when are you and Phil going to do a geek show?
When Phil will agree to do one,
Yeah.
like he's always like he kept saying, I don't want to do another one until there's stuff to talk about.
You've got the Mandalorian season finished. You've got a whole bunch of sci-fi shows on.
I know, but
you're in a power failure. Where the fuck are you?
Well, all right. Yeah, we want. I want to do one because I want to talk about the HBO Max show Raised by Wolves. I want to talk about The Expanse. I want to talk about The Mandalorian because that was glorious. We're gonna do a short aside because there's 3 sci-fi nerds on screen right now.
I did watch The Black Hole again yesterday.
Well, it's on Disney Plus, so I've watched it a couple times. The amazingness of the season finale of the Mandalorian. I mean, obviously there's people criticizing the way they did it, but it for me, I was, back in 1980 whatever year the Empire or Return of the Jedi was out, and I was a child. I was a teen. Well, I wasn't even. Yeah, I guess I was a teenager then. Again, it was amazing. And then after the credits, and because I sat through the entire 4-hour Disney shareholders thing where they were talking about all the stuff that was going to happen this year and next year. And they said that there was 10 new Star Wars projects, or 10 new Star Wars projects, and they showed all the ones, and I was like, oh, that is amazing and awesome. I'm going to love it. And then at the end of The Mandalorian, and they showed project number 11, I was, I have a thing for Ming-Na Wen anyway. So when she, knowing that character is going to be in the book of Boba Fett, for those people that don't give a shit about science fiction stuff, so I apologize, but they're going to do a Boba Fett fucking miniseries, and it's the original Boba Fett guy from he's not the original Boba Fett guy. That guy just passed away the week that the week that they actually brought Boba Fett back for the Mandalorian. The gentleman that played Boba Fett in the original trilogy, they never showed his face anyway. The Boba Fett from the prequel trilogy is going to be, the Jango Fett from the previous trilogy is going to be Boba Fett in the new series. I was just, amazed, and this whole season of that show has been like people my age, like fan service for people my age.
Right. Lindsay, someone smacked Lindsay up the side of the head for saying that.
Why?
No, science.
She says that she likes science fiction stuff, not just Star Wars. There's a lot of science fiction. I mean, I just mentioned Raised by Wolves.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't even mention the fact that they announced a FX series for Hulu based on aliens.
Yeah, I saw that.
And they got the guy that's the showrunner from Legion, the TV show Legion, to be the showrunner for this new Alien show with Ridley Scott on as an advisor. So I'm excited for that. I'm excited for the Marvel superhero shows and stuff that they're going to do. That look good.
Excited for any new movies to start showing up.
Well,
where they can get to film again.
You know, I am super excited for all of the movies that are going to be coming out this year. I mean, I'm still fucking at cloud.
I think we're going to get hit with a really major swamp of here's a whole shit ton of movies because all the ones which they couldn't release because nobody was allowed to go to the theaters. So now then, we'll suddenly get those on top two and go, wow.
What's his name? Well, WB announced that Warner Brothers announced that they were going to release a lot of their stuff straight to HBO Max. They said that they were going to release their entire 2021 slate of movies directly to HBO Max. Now, some of that has been withdrawn. There's a lot of legal complications that went into this, but apparently Warner Brothers did not consult a lot of their partners that were, part of the financing. So Legendary and a lot of the filmmakers were like, "Hey, I made my movie to be played in the movie theater," and there's a lot of pushback. So I know that Dune is no longer going to be released on HBO Max on the same day that it goes to the theaters.
Yeah. You have to remember one of the reasons being also that your movie theater royalties are different from your streamed royalties, which are different from your product store, merchandising royalties, and so on. So if you haven't got the movie theater ones as a turning point, the filmmakers and the actors lose a huge chunk.
Well, and Legendary actually funded 75% of Dune and the Godzilla versus King Kong movie.
I'm hoping they don't screw that one up. I'm really hoping they don't screw it up.
I know you like kaiju stuff, so that movie.
I don't want them to vary too much from the original King Kong versus Godzilla. That's what I'm worried about, is that they're going to go, oh, let's North Americanize it.
So yeah, that whole deal, because Wonder Woman 84 launched yesterday on HBO Max, and
I was going to watch that today.
I actually watched it. I see a lot of bad comments about it. I was also in the 1984 frame of mind when I watched the movie. I mean, I can criticize any film. I didn't hate it. So I thought it was fine, but a lot of people may not like it. But I liked it. It was okay.
Yesterday, watched the original Black Hole. I went back and rewatched Perfect Blue.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, the anime, the original Japanese one. I'd originally seen it in English, and I couldn't stand the English version. There's just something about the English dubbers. Best voice dubbers in the world, I think, are from Germany. Those guys are brilliant at their voice dubbing. But the English acting is, for voice work, like dubbing from another language to English, is like, huh?
Certain ones are, the Ghost in the Shell ones are pretty good. They use the same voice actors over generations of that show. It's the same voices. So they've kind of gotten into the character. It's like when you watch, if you go and look at the DZ when they did their online event this year, they brought in all of the voice actors from all over the world that have played Batman whether they were dubbed into the live action or dubbed into the Lego movie or dubbed into the animation movies. And it's really funny to hear them talk and to hear their voices in your ear and go, that doesn't sound like Kevin Conroy, who in my mind will always be the voice of Batman on the animated stuff. But so we have a lot of stuff.
To me, for the English ones, you got to bring in Mark Meir, Jennifer Hale, David Hayter. Then you know at least there's a good chance it's going to be properly done.
Right. But yeah, so in my mind, we've got time. We have an opportunity to do the Geek Show with Phil, but Phil has to agree to a day and a time to sit down and do it. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming. There's a lot of stuff that's on the horizon. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously, Disney Plus announced all of that stuff for the Star Wars stuff. There was a really intriguing movie that they're doing. It's not a DC or a Star Wars movie, but it's an animated movie. It's like a Afrofuturism. So it's kind of like they partnered with these guys in like Tanzania or somewhere in Africa, and they're doing an animated film together that's a sort of a sci-fi Africa movie, and it looked the bits that they showed were pretty damn cool. So that looks really interesting. But you know what? We're still in the COVID thing, so everything could be different. But the thing about the Wonder Woman 84, the reason I brought up Wonder Woman 84 was Warner Brothers fucked up because they went to Patty Jenkins, the director, and they went to Gal Gadot, who had points on the back end. They got first day and the back end. So they went to them and they said, okay, so you're getting a certain percentage of first day receipts for this film. We're going to assume this film does $1 billion, and we're going to give you your $10 million percentage point, your $10 million. And, because we're not going to do it in the theater. It's not going to make the money in the theaters that it would have made. So we're going to cut you a check. Well, they did that for them.
Yeah.
But then when it came to the other 17 films that they had slated for 2021, they didn't consult a single one of those guys. They didn't go to Denis Villeneuve. They didn't go to any of those guys and say, we're probably going to make the decision to distribute this directly day and date to digital and theaters. Here's a little check. They didn't do that. That was their fuck up.
Yeah.
Because regardless of what these filmmakers say, Denis Villeneuve says, I designed this to be played in the theater on the big screen. It's an experience. You write them a big check, their opinions change.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that. And they disrespected them by doing it for Patty Jenkins and not for them. Yeah. So I get the pushback. Now, for me, I like the movie experience, but it costs so much money for me and my wife to go see a film. It costs like $50. By the time you get the tickets and the popcorns and the nachos and the blah blah blahs,
it's how I get my movie experience.
Right.
I have my own private VR movie theater. I did find out one thing though when wearing the VR, because I have a little slit cut out of the bottom, so I can use my peripheral to see where my vape stuff is on my desk while watching a movie on the big screen, and my water. And so I grabbed my water, had my water, and in my VR movie theater, in my padded seat, there's a nice cup holder, which without thinking, on more than one occasion, I've gone to put my glass of water in.
And you've missed it.
Well, there is no, it's virtual.
Oh. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I get it. But yeah, we're not going to have wide distribution of a vaccine until probably August or September or later.
Yeah.
So the movie theater, I feel bad for the movie theater owners, and a lot of these guys are independent. They're not part of chains. They're getting fucked.
Yeah.
But even the big chains are getting
going
fucked.
back to the old films, doing their retro.
Well, and they're also having like rent the theater. You rent the entire theater for $100, and you can watch any movie in their back catalog.
Yeah,
which is fine if you have a family of 6 and you want to go see The Shining on the big screen, because that is a glorious experience. That's an amazing movie to watch on the big, or 2001 on the big screen
once.
So yeah, and I did just name 2 Stanley Kubrick films for some reason. I didn't intentionally do that, but you get the idea.
Nicholson seemed a lot shorter than I expected him to be.
Yes,
though.
you did.
I always figured he was really tall. Wasn't.
No. Have you seen The Shining 2?
No.
Dr. Sleep? So if you watch the director's cut of that film, and you realize that we're not talking about vaping right now, but you realize that Dr. Sleep, the film, is about the little boy in The Shining that's grown up. Mm-hmm. And there's a bunch of scenes that are in the Overlook. And the new director has done, on the director's cut at least, has done an amazing job shooting in the Kubrick style for those segments and using the soundtrack from The Shining for those segments. And they seamlessly, you can watch them, and they got an actor to replace Jack. But they did a really good job making him, it's practical effects, making him look like Jack, or a little bit like Jack, so that at least you're not taking too far out of the experience. I watched them back to back a while back, and it was pretty good. I didn't hate it, because I'm always disappointed when they do a sequel to a classic like that.
Question: did you ever get a chance to watch that one I recommended to you on Netflix, Alice in Borderland? The Korean.
I think I've watched 3 or 4 episodes of it.
Yeah, reminds me a lot of combination of The Maze, Battle Royale.
I was thinking of Gantz for a second there when I was watching it too. Mm. I have the book of Battle Royale over here. That's one of my favorite Japanese novels.
They're doing another one of it.
Another novel or another movie? They've already done another movie.
Well, they're doing a full remake, modernized.
Oh. Are they going to do it in Japan, or are they doing it here?
Japan.
Well, it'll be better then.
Yeah.
A lot of people, everybody thinks of the Hunger Games as like the first version of that story. Mm-hmm. Like the woman that wrote that is like some sort of genius that came up with this. Obviously, if you read Stephen King, The Long Walk would be, in my opinion, an early iteration of that. The Battle Royale is also a version of that. And they were written years and years before the Hunger Games.
Lindsay's on it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I've been told that they're working on developing a movie version of The Long Walk, which is by far my favorite Stephen King. The Stand is a close second, and they've already according to people that I know that have the CBS Premier Access or whatever it's called, that the new miniseries is ruined The Stand.
Lindsay's saying the kids getting their heads blown up. Fantastic. Lindsay, definitely watch Alice in Borderland.
Yeah,
it's on Netflix. It's Korean. I binge watched. I figured I'd watch 15 minutes. Started one afternoon. I was finished by about 2 a.m. I couldn't stop.
Oh. Speaking of Japanese stuff that's being remade, this is actually a remake of an American writer's book about ancient China or ancient Japanese stuff, but they're making a new version of Shogun.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I'm going to react to that though, because Toshiro Mifune is he was my number 4 top favorite actor.
When I was a kid,
having him in that is going to be
I'm old enough to remember when the original Shogun miniseries was done, and that was done. That's a mini, in our mind, a miniseries is like 3 or 4 episodes. That was a
mega miniseries,
12-hour miniseries, based on a gargantuan novel.
And
the Shogun book, and back in the day, Chamberlain was in every one of those miniseries. He was in that one. He was in Thornbirds. He was in all these miniseries. He was the TV actor, movie actor, because he did both. And James Clavell's novel is this. It's huge. It's gargantuan. And it's all about a Portuguese navigator in a ship running aground in Japan, and an entire ship of Europeans getting stuck in Japan when there was very little commerce or travel. I mean, obviously Marco Polo had already happened, but and then the Shogun's efforts to keep them there.
I actually rewatched it about 2 or 3 months ago, and it still stands up.
Oh my God, it's amazing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they had to cut out for content because standards and practices wouldn't allow it in back in those days. If they do a gritty full version of this with, Asian actors playing the Asian roles. And they did a fairly good job with that in the 80s miniseries. They had Toshiro Mifune, and they had all these, amazing Japanese.
I thought it was
actors.
funny when the production was surprised that Toshiro could actually act. And it's a case of, have you ever seen? Check his IMDb. But no, he can act though. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they did, and Ian Thomas brings up, they did a sequel to that called Taipan, and that was Brian. He's an Australian actor that played in that series. That was and then they did Noble House, which was a modern day sequel showing the progression of that family that stayed in Japan and became, huge. But Noble House had Pierce Brosnan in it, so. That they had it. What is that guy's name? Brian.
Now, how about films that they're talking about doing remakes and so forth? That it's a case of why don't?
Well, I mean,
like Logan's Run. Do not redo.
That is, nobody's going to be able to be that.
They tried it with TV series, and it was a disaster. It was
they had the guy that played Gonzo in Trapper John MD. I can't remember that guy. Is Gregory playing in Logan's Run. That whole idea. I mean, that is a very time focused premise.
Yeah, and
to redo it now would ruin it. I think if they did Soylent Green again.
No.
Oh, please don't.
No. That would be one of those films that you're like
blasphemy.
Please don't.
That's already perfect. Brian Brown. Yes, that's the guy's name. Played in.
It would be like doing one that's not sci-fi, but trying to do a remake of American Graffiti. It's a case of it fit perfectly for the time, and even when you rewatch it, it fits now.
Well, look at
some of these.
Look at things like Grease.
Yeah.
No.
Remaking Grease. They've done it. They've done it.
Look at redoing Grease.
See that. Well, I mean, obviously, since they already they Americanized it, they've bought the IP now. They've got to figure out a way to regurgitate the IP before they lose their license on the IP.
Now, the one Zhuang, if you haven't seen, definitely watch, because Zhuang, when it came out in Japan, like in the movie theaters, that wasn't the first one.
No,
it was actually a 2-part micro mini series on TV 10 years earlier. And the end of that first episode of the TV version, it was a case like, that thing freaked me out. The broken neck girl walking around. Mm-hmm. Spoilers, because I know most people won't even bother go watching, but even when you actually see it on screen, it'll still freak you out, even if you know. But imagine you're in a locked school, trying to get out, pitch black, pouring rain, thunder outside, every hallway, that girl's coming down, multiplying, get up to the schoolyard, and there's 2,000 of her just waiting for you. It was a case like, why wasn't this in the main movie?
Yeah.
That one scene was so freaky.
So Lindsay wants to know about Gone with the Wind. That's too problematic. That subject matter would be too problematic today. They would rewrite the entire novel.
They would try to make
before they would make it acceptable for modern audiences. There's just whole sections of that film they would have to throw out or recreate from scratch to remake it, and it would no longer, in my opinion, be as powerful. I mean, that film, obviously you can't find a new Clark Gable.
No.
Can't find a new Vivian Leigh. There's nobody we held Hollywood to a different standard.
And the cost.
Well, obviously there's so much they can do with CG now. The war scenes can all be done. If you've looked at the stagecraft setup that they use for the Star Wars stuff,
no,
it's all. Everything in the background's digital. Speaking of stagecraft, that's the platform that they make those Star Wars movies on now, and probably the Marvel. They're building, either 2 or 3 additional stagecraft facilities across the world. They're building one in Australia, and they're building one at what's the big Pinewood Studios in England, to be able to, because they're going to be making some of these shows simultaneously, so they needed new facilities all over the world to be able to do these, and where they have the infrastructure to do these productions. So the Andor series, the Cassian Andor series, is filming in, I believe, Pinewood, and one of the other series probably they're going to be filming Mandalorian season 3 and Book of Boba almost simultaneously, because they're going to come out back to back. So they're going to be filming them, probably the Mandalorian show in Hollywood or in California, and the Book of Boba probably in Australia. All of this shit's going on simultaneously. So, yeah. Mark Sliss, yes, we're watching. I'm currently watching, the 3 episodes that have dropped of The Expanse.
No,
4. The 4 episodes. You're right. 4 episodes that have dropped of The Expanse. But I'm very sort of halfway disappointed, because they canceled the show, and then they announced that they're going to get one more season.
What?
Yeah. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Take care.
And there's still 3 more books that they have to cover, plus a new one that's coming out. So it's disappointing to me that they first initially announced that it was canceled after this season. Then they came out shortly thereafter and said, we're going to do one more season after this season, and then it's done.
But
now, if they've already taken back one cancellation at Amazon, obviously it was canceled on Sci-Fi Network, and then Amazon picked it up. And they fired Alex, the actor that plays Alex. He's no longer going to be on the show.
Why?
He was the one that was the advocate for bringing the show back and getting Amazon to buy the back. Because there was some of those comments, the Me Too allegations or whatever. And apparently they had to let him go because of that. So, yeah.
Oh, a bastard saying to watch 6 hours of Samurai or 7 Samurai.
Oh God, yeah.
I was the 1954 version. That was.
I have the Criterion Collection version of the 7 Samurai.
Yep, same here.
The original one, the black and white one.
Yep, 1954.
Yeah.
Like I said,
fucking hell.
Toshiro, it was always my number 4 spot actor that I would love to have worked with. Unfortunately, he was already died. I got to work with 2 of my top 3, but he was always my number 4. And I love his stuff.
Lindsay, do you seriously not know what The Expanse is about? Because she asked in the chat room, what's the plot? As somebody that's in politics, you have to watch that show.
The flight attendant? Oh, here we go. No. I remember the original black and white series of Samurai when I was a kid.
She does not know what The Expanse is. Lindsay, I'm not, I will not destroy the plot for you, but just think very broadly that man has reached the furthest distances of this solar system. Yep. And we have set up colonies here on Earth, obviously on Earth. The moon is colonized. We have humans have colonized Mars and the asteroid belt. And the UN has absorbed all of the governments on the Earth. And then interject with that political intrigue and people wanting to be independent and free. Mars wants to be free, so they start developing their own government and military, and they have separated from the Earth. But as part of that agreement, they're no longer allowed to terraform Mars for a certain number of years. Then we have people living in the asteroid belt that are mining materials and colonizing that area, and they are essentially indentured servants to both colonies, the Earth and Mars. And then sort of extrapolate out from that the intrigue and the shit that can happen from that basic environment. It is it is an amazing show. Well, I'm not giving any of the plot details away at all, other than that information. That's the universe, and there's a lot of other shit that goes on. But as somebody that's into politics, you will. I said to Phil, because I've read the books, I said to Phil, "You need to watch this show," and he said,
"Global politics set in the Milky Way." No,
it's not the Milky Way. It's just this solar system. But it is. I said to Phil, I said, think of Game of Thrones in space with the level of intrigue and plotting that goes on. It's cool. Plus, they have been recognized as the most scientifically realistic sci-fi show ever made. Yeah. They've been given awards by the American or the International Astronomy people and all that. It is a amazing show.
It's cool as fuck. Simple.
And the lady that's in charge of the UN, she's an Avasarala. I just love her.
And she swears like a trooper.
Yes. I mean, that is essentially the basic. I mean, obviously there's a lot of shit that's going on in that, and that is a very basic, just like, here's a taste of what kind of the flavor of the show. There's a lot of great stuff going on that show. But yeah, you should watch it. You watch it on Amazon. They have all 5 seasons, except for the most recent season. They've only dropped 4 episodes of the full season. I think they're doing like 10 or 12 seasons, or 10 or 12 episodes a season, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
did you hear the news where Jerome Adams was actually looking at getting into acting, and auditioned for one of the roles of Darth Vader? They turned him down though because he wouldn't wear a mask.
I said to somebody the other day, this will get your gander. I said that they were, they're doing the Obi-Wan series, and they've announced that Hayden Christensen is going to come back and play Darth Vader. And I said that to somebody, and they're like, "Oh, I'm so happy because those are my favorite Star Wars movies." I just wanted to reach over and smack him upside the head. I mean, Obi-Wan
I loved him in Star Trek.
Obi-Wan is good. I mean, I can't say that Ewan McGregor did a bad job playing Obi-Wan, a young Obi-Wan. But Hayden Christensen is like, he's wooden. Like, his delivery is wooden. The only emotion that he has is like sad teenager. That's the only So unless he's grown as an actor and he's going to come back and play Darth Vader, who has all that gravitas, I'm not super excited about that. But when they told me that those were her favorite Star Wars movies, I just wanted to smack somebody.
Question. Retro shows that you would love to consider binge watching from season 1 again.
For me,
yeah.
if I could find Blake 7 in a clean format that I could watch, that's always been one of my most favoritist science fiction shows.
I've got it.
And it's not like you can't buy it. You can't buy it anywhere.
No, I've got it.
Patrick will be over there next weekend.
Yeah. Blake 7 has always been one of my favorite shows. It's a cheesy British, like Doctor Who era, like cheesy show. And there had been rumors that they were bringing that show back about 5 years ago. But it never came to fruition.
I'm tempted to binge watch the original Doctor Who. Every time I watch it, I always get right to the modern version, and then I keep going right back to the originals.
Who is your favorite Doctor though?
What's that?
Who is your favorite Doctor?
Peter Cushing.
Yeah, actually he was, even though he's never considered as Doctor Who, and it pisses me off because that was the very first time I saw anything of Doctor Who when I was a kid, and I just thought, this Doctor is brilliant.
I mean, Tom Baker's on that, Tom Baker's pretty high on that list.
My wife actually did the scarf for me, matching colors, everything. Pertwee I liked as well. The first
his son
like.
should have been a doctor too. They should have brought Sean in to be a doctor. I haven't seen any of the last 2 doctors at all.
The change over to the female doctor, the script writing, her performance was okay, but the script was just completely wrong, and a lot of conflicts against what's already taken place throughout the Doctor Who universe. Like the script writers, they didn't follow the Bible. They didn't follow the Doctor Who Bible whatsoever. They kept changing everything that happened.
Well, I mean, obviously in the past, it's always been that a Gallifreyan.
For the future, they changed everything.
A Gallifreyan can only regenerate so many times, and he will always be whatever the sex that he was before. They'll never do and they did it. They've had way more regenerations than what was normally, allowed.
Even for the end of everything, they changed.
So yeah, I mean, they're talking about car bombs in the show. I guess we lost them.
Still eventually got to do an Irwin Allen, Geeks R Us.
Well, I mean, Phil would love that.
Yeah. I mean
I don't have the breadth of knowledge
endlessly.
I don't have the breadth of knowledge in the Irwin Allen stuff as he does.
Yeah. Lost in Space.
The bottom of the sea, Lost in Space.
Hell yeah.
Land of the Giants. What was the other one?
Let's see. Lost in Space, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Land of the Giants were the main ones. So it was one other one. I can't think of it right now. Time Tunnel.
Time Tunnel. I was about to say.
No, Time Tunnel, I hate because on TV they never aired it in order.
Yeah, Lindsay, I do know that there were bombs. I just didn't feel like that was a topic. That's why we're talking about science fiction. I don't want to be depressed about the shitty nature of human beings at this point. The Prisoner, the original, I did not like
one.
The remake sucked, but the original
was fantastic.
Yeah. I'm not a number. I am a free man.
Yeah.
It's that's actually available on Amazon as well. You can watch that one.
Yeah. I actually found Prisoner the other day, and I thought, wow.
I have it on VHS, the entire series. I have a box set of the original show on VHS. I don't own a VHS player, but I do have the show.
Yeah, I've got.
Hello. Now we're going to the Saint, who's number 1. Oh fuck!
The Saint,
gotta watch,
the original
watch.
Again, not the North American remake. North American remake. Oh God, I hated that movie.
You got to watch Patrick McGowan in Secret Agent Man, and then watch The Prisoner.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Oh, now we're going into.
I actually the Survivors is actually on Amazon. The UK version is on Amazon that you can watch that. I started to watch that just recently, actually. I
remember.
Mission Impossible. Will Webb is pretty right on that one.
I remember that.
There's one miniseries I'm trying to find because I can't remember exactly when it came out, but it was a remake of Day of the Triffids, but it was the Scottish version, and it was fucking brilliant. It was about 4 episodes. Was
there a bunch of people cussing on that version?
No,
because it's Scottish, you know.
Yeah, it was made in Scotland, but it was brilliant. Let's see. Then of course there's the kaiju. You already know I like those.
I see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to download this recording and I'm going to split it in half. And the first half will be the Son of Liberty Radio, and then I'll rebrand the second half as a Geek Show special.
Fuck
prelogue. Geek Show prelogue.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of cool stuff. I mean, if you haven't watched the Raised by Wolves show,
please do.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's weird. I mean, it is Ridley Scott, like doing Ridley Scott. So it is, sci-fi with a little weird thing going on, and there's a lot of backtracking and like flashback scenes, and but it is pretty good. I still haven't watched the last episode, so I don't know how it ended. So don't ruin it for me, Paul.
Oh, you'll never believe that at the very end.
Highlander, the TV show. I think not Kevin Crowley may have possibly even been on that or something. That's one of those production that you could have been on.
The TV series I was in.
Yeah, the Canadian TV series. Were you on Nick Knight?
Yeah, Forever Night. I spent 2 seasons on there.
Okay, and then I'm thinking of all
I was on that set almost weekly.
genre shows that were shot in Canada.
War of the Worlds.
There was one I just saw. Yeah. I was watching a documentary on cyberpunk, and it was Total Recall.
I wasn't on that. That was an American one. It was,
but they were shot in Canada because I could see all the normal Canadian actors were in it.
Yeah. I didn't care for that one.
What was Dan Aykroyd's show? Dan Aykroyd had like a sci-fi show.
Sci-Factor.
Yeah. Were you in that one?
Yep. I actually had a couple of roles in that. As a matter of fact, season 2, episode 1, when they brought in Max Headroom, Max Frewer for his first appearance, I was in that one.
Yeah. Oh, and that was another show that they were showing on the cyberpunk documentary was the Max Headroom. I loved that show when it was on.
Yeah.
I love that show.
Yeah. I thought it was a great documentary.
Now. But yeah, I mean, Manimal. Oh, come on, Will Webb.
Fuck. How did that come out?
Well, I mean, obviously, the animal transformation cuts that they do, like that, for that. Obviously, they brought in Rick Baker to do those for they did 3 video shots of the animal transformations, and then they just hey, the Misfits of Science was an amazing show. Courtney Cox was on that show before she was somebody. The whole premise of the show was good. They've remade it in the UK now it's just called Misfits. But that is that's the first time that I can remember an American show being remade in the UK, because we normally steal their shows and bring them over here. That was a good show.
Yeah, true.
It's like the first version of the X-Men on TV was the Misfits of Science. But yeah, and then obviously, they announced a Fantastic Four is in production.
Oh god.
They're in development for a new Fantastic Four movie. Speaking of movies that they've, concepts that they've remade multiple times, I didn't have any problem with the original Fantastic Four. No, I actually have that on VHS as well.
Yeah.
But the original one that was actually released was fine. It's the Fantastic Four. They're supposed to be kind of campy. They're supposed to be kind of.
And don't forget, that's when Marvel was just trying to build their library.
And that is a family-friendly franchise. There's no cursing. It's not ultra-violent. It is what it is.
I'm trying to remember what I was filming when that was going on. I think
so. When they
White Noise when that was on, and iRobot was in the studio right next to me.
Yeah. So when they redid the Fantastic Four with and I don't want to come across wrong in this, the social justice warrior version.
I didn't mind the first one.
No, I'm talking about the second remake, the Josh Trank remake that they just did a couple years ago. That ruined the whole concept because they didn't even follow any of the canon at all.
Yeah.
Which kind of screwed it up. Now, the Fantastic Four 2, when they tried to bring Galactus in, that was kind of sucky. Yes, The Blob was an amazing movie.
And even The Blob, Son of Blob, and surprisingly, the remake, I enjoyed. The remake of The Blob, I expected to absolutely hate because I love the original. It was decent.
It's not horrible, but I mean, obviously, a lot of younger people are going to watch these old movies and go, "Oh, the special effects are awful," and blah 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 blah. I mean, it's
because you can see the string when the planet explodes and part of it's still dangling on the string.
Yeah, and remaking Space 1999.
Not 2099. Whoever said that?
No, that was above. That was
Don't remake twice. Don't remake Space 1999 or UFO.
Well, they already remade Space 1999. Chinese or Japanese remade it. It's called Wandering Planet.
Oh, okay, that one. Yeah, I didn't mind that one. Actually, I did like.
So, I mean, obviously, if you haven't watched Space 1999, the premise is that something causes the moon to leave its orbit and fly across the galaxy, and there's a moon base on there, and yada yada yada. So, Wandering Planet is the Earth itself.
Yeah.
They turn the Earth into a rocket. They plant these massive engines on the Earth. They dig it in and blah blah blah, and they are moving the Earth out of its rotation because the sun is going to explode or whatever, blah blah blah. But yeah, using a planet or a moon as a spaceship is okay. It's done now. We don't need to redo that. We don't need to revisit that concept. But they are actually, yes, Will, you may be looking into a crystal ball, but they are remaking Buck Rogers now.
Please,
it's already in development. They just announced
Buck Rogers, the original serials, or Buck Rogers, the TV
I believe they're doing a remake. I think the rights, because the original Buck Rogers is in public domain.
Yeah.
So literally anybody. Obviously, the short story that Buck Rogers was based on is not in the public domain, but the actual Buck Rogers is. So that one and Flash Gordon, I would believe, are ripe, but they've already announced a Buck Rogers.
Here's something for you: remake, yes or no? List of shows. Barbarella.
No.
Hell no. Hell no.
No.
Hell fucking no. Get fucked.
The whole point of that is the camp kitsch. That value can't be.
I saw somebody on the forum saying they should remake Barbarella. I'm going,
get fucked.
I mean, no. Next.
Your turns.
Fuck off.
Your
Okay,
turn.
Paul, think of something that should or should not be remade.
The original UFO series.
Yeah, you already said that.
No fucking way in the world.
No, I mean, I just recently started rewatching that on Amazon, and there's no point. Now I'm kind of pissed off to purchase that.
Why?
To purchase UFO as like a stream that I want to have forever is super expensive.
I own it.
Well, I mean, to buy it legitimately so that it stays in my online library on Amazon is.
I actually own the DVDs.
Ian, I actually have a problem with remaking any Jerry Anderson.
Oh,
Battlestar Galactica has had a recent remake.
Battlestar Galactica it's also already going to be remade.
Yeah.
Or they're actually doing another Battlestar Galactica series. The guy that was the showrunner on Mr. Robot is actually leading that. Now, it's not a remake. It's supposed to go hand in hand with the Ronald Moore. It's not going to have any of the same characters. They haven't really explained how they're doing it, whether it's going to be like an ancillary story that takes place in the fleet that has nothing to do with the main story or what. But they said that it does not overwrite the Ronald Moore Battlestar Galactica.
That could be interesting. Ian Thomas, fuck off. Captain Scarlet, no.
Yeah,
way.
he's named off Thunderbirds too, and that's what I said.
Reboot Captain America serial. No, one thing I always laughed with the original Captain America serial is that it's nothing like the comic series or anything. He has no serum superpowers. He's just a regular guy.
Yeah. Now, see, I have two. I have two that are both genre and not genre.
Okay.
The Lone Ranger, which was my favorite movie series as a child. The Clayton Moore Lone
serials
Ranger
were fantastic. The remake was a disaster, and there should not be another remake.
Both the one that took place.
The only way I would accept a new Lone Ranger movie if it's done in the style of Silverado.
I actually bought that movie yesterday to watch.
That is one. Even someone who doesn't like westerns, Silverado is.
But Lawrence Kasdan. So speaking of genre, Lawrence Kasdan wrote and directed Silverado and was also the writer/director of Empire Strikes Back. So there is a tie. But no remake of the Lone Ranger, no remake of The Shadow.
No.
If you want to watch those, you can. The serials of both of those are freely available, not freely, but widely available. And there is something to be said to the style of showing those in black and white, because those two characters are meant to be seen in black and white. Obviously, I'm superhero characters have been redone. It's the nature of comic book characters because they have different artists and writers that come in.
Two superhero teams I would like to eventually see done in a real film. Metal Men.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
And what's the one? I'll have to come up with the other name of the other one. I keep forgetting it.
I mean, obviously, those are not remakes. I mean, those are just superhero. That's just IP that we want to see.
And the Inferior, was it the Inferior 4 or the Inferior 5? The Inferior 4, I think.
But yeah, the Metal Men would be amazing. But they would have to get somebody like Peyton Reed.
Metamorpho.
Oh yeah, Metamorpho. But they've done him on the cartoon, so you already have a basis for that. But that character itself, there's a lot of really cool things you could do with that, especially with the CGI and all the stuff that the Metal Men.
Here's a remake or not for you. Doc Savage.
No.
I would actually say yes, surprisingly.
No.
I like the original.
The Rock owns that now. He bought that IP, and there is rumors that he's developing that product.
In that case, it wouldn't be a good Rock.
It's like when The Rock bought the IP. Okay. Well, The Rock bought the IP. He bought The Fall Guy, the TV show The Fall Guy, Lee Majors. But here's another one, and you'll disagree. They've already tried it, and it sucked. $6 Million Man.
Oh, God, no.
Fuck off.
When they brought it in the remake of The Bionic Woman, it was an absolute disaster, too.
I did like the actresses and the people involved in that, but the actual, no, it just wasn't right. Katie Sackhoff was in that.
Here's one, but you guys might not know because it's a Canadian, beyond low budget Canadian. Space Ark.
Yes, I know.
Space Ark. Is that Claudia Christensen from Babylon 5? She did a show called Space something.
Now, this was a show from back in the 70s in Canada. Beyond, where you have one room of just a couple of people, basically 3 people, wandering around the spaceship, but every dome that they go into is a different era or period piece that people think is Earth.
Well, I mean, obviously with
it was very
with Westworld. Westworld was originally conceptualized. The HBO series was originally conceptualized to contain future world, and they were going to do that. But I think they, I mean, and I like Westworld. I like the HBO series. I have no flaw. I can separate the Yul Brynner Westworld and the modern take of Westworld as 2 separate things. Ian Thomas, yes, they did Silver Surfer in the Fantastic Four 2. And they did okay. As far as a Sergeant Rock, if we're talking about DC comic books, World War II comic books, there's obviously they already did a modern retelling of The Losers, which was a World War II era armed military comic book, and Sergeant Rock, the original Losers, The Haunted Tank, and Hell No, Ian Thomas, and The Unknown Soldier. That was my favorite comic, like for a long time, was The Unknown Soldier.
So I would say no.
I say no. That's why I said hell no, Ian.
No.
There's certain, and there's so much IP out there that they don't need to remake something that's already been made. They could easily turn Metal Men into an amazing franchise, depending on who they got to lead the show, who they got to direct or write the scripts. Those are the most important things. If you got a horrible script, it doesn't matter who you cast in the show or the movie. The Metal Men would be too expensive to do as a TV show, though.
Hang on 1 second. The original Westworld, Leanna, or the TV show? Because what they did in the TV show is quite mind-blowing.
Yeah, no, she loved. It says I loved Westworld, so I'm assuming she's not old enough to remember the Yul Brynner Western.
Yeah, I still love the Yul Brynner one.
No, I love the Yul Brynner one. It's like Magnificent Seven. Why would you remake Magnificent Seven?
Oh, Magnificent Seven is the Seventh Samurai.
Yes. Cool. Now the only the problem with the problem with Metal Men is the number one architect of that series for in the modern era was Jeff Johns, and with all of the problems, he's problematic now. He's been fired from DC. He's been he's no longer.
Modern market doesn't really remember the Metal Men.
Well, the comic book market does, because like he's written a massive and the comics are great, but the problem is that he also got on the wrong side of the guy playing Cyborg. He was one of the people named in the allegations of racism on the Justice League set that were so problematic that got Joss Whedon basically escorted out of Warner Brothers. He's like, his show, he was developing a show for HBO Max, canceled. So
here's one that they are doing reboot of Again as a series. I don't think I agree with it, but RoboCop, yes or no?
No. The Paul Verhoeven
They're
movie
doing it.
cannot. I mean, obviously they already redid it and it was horrible.
Yeah, they're doing it again.
Again. Yeah, no, Paul. I mean, obviously, no. Bastard, you bring up an amazing series of books. The Old Man's War series is an amazing book series, and I think, special effects wise, they could do it, no problem. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of. I mean, if they did Avatar, they could easily do Old Man's War. The problem is that is a very niche audience. The nerds that have read those books. I would love it, but it's also very problematic, and there's also a lot of sex and stuff in that. So, at least in the first book, there's a whole section written in the book, doing really stuff. But anyway, Sapphire and Steel. That's David McCallum and what's the chick's name? The blonde. Anyway, concept they could use that concept of like people that are responsible for correcting time anomalies, but they've already done that. And if you look at the trailer for the new Loki series, it's almost like they took that concept and added it to Loki. The trailer for Loki looks really good, by the way. That's a new Disney Plus series.
Oh, that's out. The Stand.
No, the Stand is already out, Shannon.
Yeah.
If you have the CBS premiere or whatever it's called, the first, I think, 2 episodes maybe are out.
Yeah, that's badass.
I've heard it was awful. So
some of it's
I haven't seen it, but
really-
it's been implemented into my head that they're doing a lot of Witcher type scheme, what they did with The Witcher season 1, where they were going back and forth different flashbacks that really throws off the flow of the story.
They are, but some of it's really badass how they.
And apparently for the first in the first episode, the first half of the first episode is focusing on Harold Lauder, who is like an important but minor character in the film,
correct,
or in the book. So yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna subscribe to CBS All Access just for that one show, and I'm not gonna watch. I'm not doing it for Discovery and that show. They're gonna have to have something on there that draws my attention. Apparently, the show that I really liked that was on CBS All Access is called Evil, and they've already got that show on Netflix now. So I'm wondering, because that's the only CBS All Access show that has left or has been disseminated out of the platform. And that is a fucking awesome show. If you want to sit and watch like an Exorcist type show, like dark, like demonic stuff, that's a show. And I actually watched the Hellstorm show, which was it's a Marvel character from the comic books that they brought into Hulu. I really liked that show. Hellstorm was pretty good.
Here's some
Mitch Pileggi plays in it too at the very end.
Yeah, I remember Lost, eh?
Lost. I own the entire series and have never watched it.
Here's something. Pick one, whether it's a show or a film, title, which is part of either a series or a franchise or whatever, that you expected to really hate, but actually quite enjoyed unexpectedly.
Oh.
Whoa.
I really don't. Something that I thought I would hate that I liked. See, I only absorb See, that's weird because, like, I don't go out of my way to watch stuff that I don't think I'm going to like.
With me, it was Gamera the Brave.
Oh, well.
Because I love Gamera, and I kept putting it off because I don't like modern versions of it. I decided finally, what the hell, get it over with. I'll put in them 10 minutes, and I can say, screw it, they ruined it, turn it off.
I thought of one, and this one got panned. So, do you have one, Paul? Do you? I mean, I typically only watch stuff that I think I'm gonna like. Okay, here I got one for you. Something that you like that everybody else hates.
Mm-hmm.
So, I really. The Wolfman movie that they did a few years ago with Anthony Hopkins and Benicio del Toro. I liked that movie. A lot of people hated that movie. You guys might hate that movie, but I actually enjoyed that movie.
I was indifferent to it.
It was okay. Secondhand Lions. That's actually, I actually thought I would like it though because of the people that were in it. I mean, Robert Duvall and Michael Caine playing two grouchy old men. Of course, I'm going to like that show or movie.
Any series that you've been waiting for the next season for ages, and it just never seems to be coming out, yet they haven't said that they aren't going to do it. They just haven't brought it out yet that you're
The Orville.
Really anxious for.
Yeah.
The Orville.
Yeah.
It was supposed to come out at the same time as Discovery.
Yeah.
Yeah, except that one they actually do plan on doing and have already been towards it. But COVID,
there are rumors that the sets have been stricken.
May have been because of COVID problems, because then you run into huge conflicts of scheduling.
But you strike a set that costs mega bucks to rebuild.
That's what happened with Batman, the original TV series. It like they wanted to continue into like season 3, season 4, and so on, except when they moved the studio, production said, oh, well, this set's never going to be used again. And they literally ripped down and shredded the entire original Batcave, everything from the TV series. And they said, well, it would cost too much to remake, to rebuild it. And that's why I never continued the series.
So the movie Big Fish, Will brings up the movie Big Fish. I actually, I watched that movie because of the soundtrack, because it's got Pearl Jam in it. It's got a lot of good music in it. It does, and I don't think that this is a what's the guy with the really weird hair that did Batman, directed it. I thought it was one of his movies, but it's not. It has a lot of the same actors that play in his movies, and Ewan McGregor's in that. Helena Bonham Carter, Albert Finney. That's a good. I mean, you look at the names of the people in that film, and you're like, "Oh, this is going to be a good film." But it wasn't one that was on the top of my list to watch either.
One I'm still waiting for, and I don't care whether they bring out the animated version first or the live action, because I love both equally. Is Japanese Kakegurui, about the girl who goes to the school and the school teaches nothing but gambling.
Oh, it's already on Netflix.
3rd and 4th season.
Oh, I don't know about the 3rd or 4th season.
Yeah,
but
no,
the show's
only
actually
the first 2 that I've been able to. I think.
Once you described it, I knew what you're. Here's one.
Yeah, they still only got 2 seasons in both the animated and I think the live action only had the 1 season so far.
Are you looking forward to the live action version of Cowboy Bebop?
Yes and no. I'm hoping it depends how they do it. If they keep it to the original Japanese writing and scripting and so on, then it'll probably work. If they North Americanize it, it'll be a disaster. It will absolutely ruin it entirely. So that one, I'm a little nervous about one way or the other.
So Will Webb is asking, what IP that has been redone over and over again should they just stop and just leave it be? I mean, his name makes me think of Spider-Man. So, Spider-Man, they've redone so many times, it's ridiculous.
I'm going with, not Phantasm. What's the one with Pinhead again?
Hellraiser.
Yeah, Hellraiser. Stop them. When they started putting him out in space, it was
Well,
sort of like
I don't know.
let's fly Godzilla to another planet.
I do know that they're redoing a new iteration of Hellraiser, but they actually got Clive Barker back.
Okay.
To
the only
participate.
way to do it properly.
And I actually have the book here. Okay, so they did a movie years ago called Lord of Illusions.
Yeah,
and he always dreamed of putting
Lord of Illusion 2 as well.
Lord of Illusion and Hellraiser into one. Like in his mind, all of his books occur in the same universe, just like Stephen King's. So in his mind, they were going to do a Lord of Illusions Hellraiser film. So he wrote a book. It's called The Scarlet Gospels that actually has Pinhead and the main character from Lord of Illusions, the Scott Bakula character from the movie in it. That would be interesting.
A live action film version I've been hoping for 30 years, but the only way you could have done it, although it might have changed now, there might be other options now, but the only way you could have done it 10, 20 years ago would have been combining Lucas with Spielberg together, is a live action mega version of Dragon Riders the Pern.
Well, Lucas is no longer worth a damn when it comes to script writing.
No, that's what I say. But ever since like Game of Thrones and the dragons that they're doing now they could probably pull it off with someone else. Back then, they wouldn't have been able to.
I mean, the Anne McCaffrey stuff has it's more of a family-friendly series.
Crystal Singer was good, but
it doesn't have the darkness that a lot of audiences want now. You know, everybody wants everything to be dark and gritty and bloody, and there's not a lot of that in the Dragon Rider series.
Well, I kind of disagree there, because if you look, although it's not written that way, it's possible to insert Game of Thrones feel into there.
Well, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of talk about the Tolkien show that's going to be on Amazon. Amazon paid I want to say $100 million for the rights to do a Tolkien Lord of the Rings world show that's not Lord of the Rings. So they're doing this, and the contract requires them to do 5 seasons. So this is a big, massive amount of money. And Amazon has spent a lot of money on genre content that they're developing. So they have the Lord of the Rings show, for a better word, in some sort of version of production. They have the Wheel of Time fantasy series of books already done, shooting an entire season. They shot most of it in the Czech Republic, and internationally they got Rosamund Pike to play a character. They got some name talent in the series. She's from Johnny English and a couple of, she's been in a lot of movies. So they're throwing a lot of money on this genre content. They already had The Boys, which is superhero comic book sort of stuff. They have The Expanse. They have a couple other smaller series that are based on comics or science fiction content. So, we're going to have content. We're going to have things to talk about, for a while. It's just, Will, I started reading the Wheel of Time books when I was in the 9th or 10th grade in school, and waited patiently every Christmas a new book would come out for 6 years. Then the author got diagnosed with a debilitating disease that would eventually go on to kill him. And the last 2 books they had to hire, he handpicked. He wrote notes and handpicked the person that was going to finish his series. And I loved those books. Yeah. I didn't, and I could tell that somebody else was writing the last 2 books, but I still loved those books. I'm interested.
Here's a yes or no. Because unfortunately, they are doing the TV series. But do you agree or not? Yes or no? Gremlins.
No.
I agree. No as well.
Unless they get Phoebe
Coming
Cates
2021 as a TV series.
How?
It's Gremlins: Secrets of the Mogwai.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, and
I know.
how.
Oh, apathy. Yeah, we're live. We're live on Facebook and YouTube. Yeah, we're just sitting here shooting the breeze. We already did the vaping content, and we had a whole bunch of guests on and stuff. And we're just kind of winding down, like nerding out on stuff. Definitely not the Gremlins. I mean, that's a timeless classic. It's like the Goonies.
Yeah. And they are thinking of redoing the Goonies too.
I know they are.
No,
and
please don't. Please don't.
One that would really piss me off if they ever even consider redoing Forbidden Planet.
No.
If anyone ever even considers redoing that, since they're going to the old backlog of all the original classics, they ever redo that, forget it. No way.
What was I? Oh, and
time was brilliant.
One of the other, it's not genre, but one of the other announcements made during the Disney Plus was that they're redoing Swiss Family Robinson.
What
now? Yeah, the TV, the series. Disney made a series of live action films and a TV show back in the day called Swiss Family Robinson, which is essentially Robinson Crusoe, but a family.
They reboot that all over the place, and sometimes under a completely different title.
Right. I think that could
was
be okay.
Club was where it first started airing on TV.
Actually, they already sort of have a Night Gallery remake. It's on Netflix. It's called Black Mirror. Yeah. I mean, really.
Oh, here's one. Yes or no? And spoiler, it better be no. Kolchak, the Night Stalker.
They already did. It was awful.
I know. They're thinking of rebooting it again. And it's a case of you can't get away from Darren McGavin.
Well, I mean,
the
guy that they got to remake it, they don't understand the whole idea of he's an older dude. He's sort of a grizzled guy. They get this pretty young guy to go on and be, what's that kid's name? He's not a kid anymore, but he played Lestat in the Vampire, not the Vampire Lestat, the Queen of the Damned film. He was supposed to be Stuart Townsend. He was supposed to be, he was originally cast as Strider in the Lord of the Rings films.
Yeah. And
he screwed up, but we got the better actor. Viggo Mortensen personified Aragorn. Stuart Townsend would have fucked that up. Kolchak would have been. I mean, the whole premise, it's not supposed to be a young actor. It's not supposed to be a young guy. It's supposed to be this grizzled old dude. He's supposed to be sort of that character is not meant to be. And that just leads me to believe that the people that developed the show didn't understand the source material.
Worst 3 TV series reboots that should not have ever been made.
See, again, I don't watch shit that I don't like, and normally I'm pretty good. I mean, obviously, we already mentioned the Bionic Woman. That should never have been done. They remade the $6 Million Man. That should never have been done. TV shows?
Yep.
Or okay.
Third one I'm gonna put is the last series of the X-Files. They won't.
Oh, the 2 seasons that they did as special event seasons.
Yeah, They were awful.
They were awful.
Fucking useless.
Well, part of the problem was originally the X-Files, because I was on set when producer had to come in and make the announcement that I was being pulled out of Vancouver for filming. And the reason he had to do that was it was the only way they would let him keep another film that they wanted to cancel unless he would bring it to the States as well, another series. And I'll tell you right now, he was in tears making the announcements, and it was a shock. But when they moved it to LA, they had no clue about the atmosphere set up for it. And then they started going off into these goofy scripts, and then it just
well, and the thing about X-Files is the two event series that they did later, the last couple of years or whatever. Oh, and speaking of special event series that ruined everything, the Twin Peaks event series was awful too.
Useless.
When that originally was on,
they needed to add a new line
here in high school. Like that was in my formative years.
Yeah. The reboot that should have been "This coffee sucks."
Yeah, it was
coffee.
What? Oh, well, I don't. Your question is, but Piers Anthony on a Pale Horse. All of the Incarnations of Immortality series would be a great universe to turn into a TV show. They're doing Discworld, the Terry Pratchett series. The BBC is doing it, but the previews don't look promising for that as well. They've done several mini series, but the new TV series that they're doing doesn't look to be made by the same people. But if you look at the Color of Magic or Going Postal, and they did Hogfather, and I think they even did another one. Those are really good, and they got really good talent in those films. They got Christopher Lee to play the voice of Death, and they got what's the guy that plays the evil dad in Game of Thrones? Charles Dance to play the leader of Ankh-Morpork. He's I can't remember basically the mayor of Ankh-Morpork. But yeah, if it, that would be brilliant if they could do an Incarnations, but the BBC would be the only people that could do that justice. American production would try to turn it into something that it's not.
My top 3 worst series that should never have been released. Number 3, Planet of the Apes, the TV series.
Oh, Christ.
Suddenly, magically, everybody could actually speak when that was the whole thing where humans lost their...
Yeah.
And you could still recognize Roddy McDowell, but even he was like, they did nothing with the characters, and disaster. Second worst, and this was a toss-up. This I was tempted to put first, but the Monkees, the new Monkees.
Hey, we're the Monkees.
Yeah. The remake. Oh,
they did a remake?
God, it's hard to even get
through.
They
did a remake?
Yeah.
Did they have Mickey Dolenz and Peter Tork and
don't watch
it? They replaced the entire cast. The music was awful, but they had no comedic timing whatsoever. They would do like a one-line pause, then the next guy would do his one-line joke, and that's
I was unaware that even existed.
Oh my God, it was bad. But there was one even worse than that. The TV remake of The Munsters.
Oh, yeah, that was awful. I remember that one.
The new Monkees was very close to being that bad.
I watched 5 minutes of each, and I went, fuck you.
Yeah, I didn't even know that they did a remake of The Monkees. I mean, come on. That's a specific time. That's a specific... I mean, unless they do like an Austin Powers version of that, where they're making fun of being anachronistic.
They try to modernize
it wouldn't suck. It wouldn't be good. It's like, okay, let's put these guys in a time machine and bring them to modern day and act like they did before. Then it could be something like the Brady Bunch. where they're sort of out of time and out of step with everybody, and sort of it could have been something different, but no, trying to play it straight would have been stupid as hell.
Well, they're trying to play it as, let's tell a joke.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, let's do the next joke. It's not a case of any timing whatsoever or connection. It was individual jokes without any pacing or timing or acting whatsoever.
Yeah.
Seriously, Will?
Will brings up the fact that the Banana Splits films are on streaming.
I hate the Banana Split movie, though, the most recent one. That was a disaster.
I didn't
but
realize.
I love the original. Snorky was always my favorite. I know most
I
people
don't
like
remember.
Bingo.
I don't remember any of that. I'd have to watch them because I don't remember any of
Banana
that.
Splits.
I don't remember
Seriously?
that. I don't.
Snorky was the best.
I've
But
still got a.
I'm old enough to remember that nobody could actually see Mr. Snuffleupagus but Big Bird.
Right.
Sesame Street. Yep.
Right.
When I was a kid, the only person that could see Mr. Snuffleupagus was Big Bird.
Legal.
And
that's one reason why he was put in to be popular, because that gave the kids something that they could see, but adults couldn't see, and that
correct.
Bringing that
and now, and I guess I saw a recent video of it, and everybody knows who Mr. Snuffleupagus is, and I was like, that removes the mystique, that removes the charm. So I was kind of disappointed in that, but yeah, that's how old I am. I can remember that.
The new Banana Splits movie, do not watch it.
So
again, they put, let's just throw the characters up there with no concept of what made it work.
Did you realize that the some French production studio has done a live action Lupin movie?
What?
Lupin? Yeah.
Lupin the Third, yeah.
Wow.
Lupin would work.
Huh?
Lupin would work.
Well, I mean, it's originally the whole. Yes, it's at least it was a French company a French production studio that did it. So I haven't watched it yet because it's subtitled, and I don't want to. I have to wear my glasses to watch it. But I saw it. It's on streaming.
One I wouldn't like to see done is Lucky Luke, which the English version is Lucky Luke. Yeah. But it wasn't an English comic. It was actually a French comic done in Western or their English settings. But they tried doing an English version one time, and it was a case of like, you've lost the whole connection of what the purpose was of the French mocking.
Right. The Luc Besson one that they just did a few years ago, where the most expensive movie ever made sort of thing, was a French comic turned into an American movie production. And Luc Besson is a French filmmaker, and it was his passion project, and it wasn't an awful movie, but it just didn't have the American draw.
Sort of like a passion project that should never have been done because they ruined one of the best characters ever, Ghost Rider.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. But they're already relaunching that.
People still don't know, though. The original Ghost Rider had like about 12 issues and then was left out for a long time. Then they rebooted it in the comics world, but they never ever referenced the original 12. And the original 12 issues that I had, because I got first day one, and it was a case of, it was brilliant.
A cowboy with a flame.
Whenever they rebooted, I'm looking at it and I'm going, this isn't Ghost Rider.
Yeah, no, actually the new face that wants to make the Ghost Rider film is Keanu Reeves.
Mm-hmm. Which
he's negotiating a big dollar contract right now. He said, if you want me to do a Marvel movie,
he's wrong for that role.
But it's something that he likes, and it depends on which Ghost Rider they're doing. Yeah. But it would have to be. It would have to be an older Johnny Blaze, because the Dan Ketch character is younger.
Yeah, it would have to be a more modern version of the Ghost Rider, because the original one, his whole stunt riding in the circus and everything else, and the touring things, the little traveling
Yeah.
cycle stunt show.
But he's not the
That
original.
was the
That's not
whole
even
thing.
the,
It wasn't
that's not even the
superpower-
original Ghost Rider, though.
What's that?
That's not the original Ghost Rider, though.
In the
The
first
ori-
comic release of it,
No,
Marvels.
the original comic release was a Western comic.
Well, yeah, it came out around the time of Kid Colt.
Yeah. So they had Bat and Lash, and they had Marvel had a whole string of Western characters that were Westerns, and that the
why they're
original
trying
Ghost
to come in,
Rider
and
comic book.
That's why it
was
was
a
the touring stunt thing, because it was all the tumbleweed towns and everything, where everything was happening, rather than bring it to the big city.
But the Johnny Blaze character is not the original incarnation of that character in comic book publishing. He's the second version.
Because I'm thinking of the one around, when was it? Would have had to be around 1971 or 74.
Yeah, no, I mean, the original Western comics came out in like the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Everything old is new again.
Mm-hmm.
And Captain Kangaroo, Bob Keeshan was my hero when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Don't say bad things about Captain Kangaroo.
Mr. Green Jeans.
Mm-hmm. When I was a kid, obviously the Lone Ranger was my favorite show, and I got to meet in the 70s, in the late 70s, early 80s. Clayton Moore was basically relegated to traveling the country at comic book shows and car shows and signing autographs to make a living.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a picture of an older Clayton Moore when I was a little kid signing an autograph and giving me a domino mask. And I also got to meet Captain Kangaroo, Bob Keeshan, about the same time at some sort of event. And I have photographs of me with Bob Keeshan as well when I was little. And I also have a photograph of me at the gates of Graceland with Vernon Presley, Elvis's dad, after Elvis died when I was a little kid.
Whoa.
The one photo that Phil has that I'm still envious of, he has the signed autograph photo, Bob May.
Wow. Nice.
M3B9, the original Lost in Space robot.
I already mentioned Sergeant Rotwell. I would love to see an era specific, a period, a World War II period film with all of the DC war characters. The Haunted Tank, the Losers, the Unknown Soldier, Sergeant Rock, Easy Company, all that would be a great DC property that wouldn't have to tie into shit. They wouldn't have to kiss anybody's ass to bring it into some sort of comic book universe continuity. It could be a gritty war film. Obviously the Haunted Tank has supernatural stuff involved, but they've already shown that content people will absorb because they just did the Nazis. What the hell was that film? Shit. They just did a Nazi like monster war movie sort of thing. The guy that did Hostel did it. Shit, I can't remember. But anyway, that one, they could easily do a DC Comics war film that has nothing to do with Wonder Woman or don't even get me started. Tank Girl was popcorn. It was, obviously they made Ice-T a kangaroo, which was stupid, but Lori Petty personified that character, whether we like it or not. She personified that character pretty well.
Ghost Wars.
That's not the one I'm thinking of.
Okay.
I'll look it up. J.J. Abrams had something to do with it.
How about doing a series, Adam Strange?
Adam Strange could be good because it's got that same Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon flavor. So that could be
what
good.
I'd almost like to see a buddy series where
Overlord
get on each other's nerves. Put in Adam Strange, Buck Rogers, and Flash Gordon as if they're all paired up because they'll want to do something different, but they end up having to work as a team, even though they.
Yeah, no, the film that I was talking about was called Overlord. Was the World War II Nazis monster horror film thing. They've already shown that they can do those two genres together. So yeah, like a blended DC, and all those characters in the comic books always interacted with each other. So there's no reason why you couldn't do that. So yeah, that would be good. I didn't. I think that would be fine.
Earlier, when I was talking about the how bad the Munsters remake was, one remake which they actually did quite well. I don't mean the movies. I mean the TV remake was the Addams Family. But one of the reasons
I have a thing for Raul Julia films. Like Raul Julia was amazing as Gomez Addams.
Yeah, they were fine. But I mean, as trying to replicate what made the original series work so well, the remake of the Addams Family worked. But one of the reasons being is they had all the original scripts. They had bought the rights for all the original scripts, and they actually kept a lot of the same dialogue for it.
Yeah,
and even their casting. I fought like hell not to. I was down to 3 people at the end for Lurch. And from my first audition there, I kept saying, don't book me as Lurch, because Lurch was just too important a figure that I grew up with. I did not want to do Lurch because I did not want to ruin my original thought of Lurch by turning it into my own. But I knew John, who's in the audition room, and I knew he'd be perfect for it. He just needed to have a lot of help with some of the timing. But what's funny was when I went in for the audition there, I already knew that they had bought the original scripts. Plus, when I walked into the room, I saw the pile of the original scripts there sitting in the corner. And they did, this is a funny thing for auditions. They did something you never do to an actor. Forget the script that you were sent in to audition with. Do Lurch's song. And do Lurch's song? He said, yeah, do Lurch's song. I said, which one? Well, Lurch's song. I said, yeah. He had 2. There was episode, and I called out the episode, and there was episode Lurch Meets Beatniks. Which one did you want done? What do you mean? Well, which of the 2 songs did you want me to do? We're joking. He doesn't have a song. I said, yes, he does. Episode such and such. And so I did one of the songs for it. And it was, oh, you know the show? So I finally talked them out of booking me. John got the spot. I was so happy for him. And he did a great job with it. And he's gone on with it. But one thing I did love was I got to go to the set. They invited me to make a couple of props and go approve some of the set things that they had. And in person, oh my God, the set was freaking brilliant. They only made one mistake, and unfortunately, it was the one mistake they couldn't change because it was the only thing they had actually filmed so far. And that was they put a foot in with a shark, which it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be the uncle with in his old tennis gear and a swordfish. There's a whole backstory. They didn't know that. But the set itself and Morticia's garden, I spent about 45 minutes just looking at everything. The prop guys were brilliant.
Well, they just did an animated version of the Addams Family, and they did it all CGI. I haven't seen it yet.
Or not.
If in my mind, if they're going to do an animated version, they have to do it in the style of Charles Addams cartoon.
Yeah. That's why I haven't watched that anymore. I've been on the fence whether to watch it or not.
Yeah. Now, as far as the Wade Wilson versus Slade Wilson combo, you got Deadpool versus Death. What's it called? The Terminator, Deathstroke. That's sort of a one-sided thing because Deadpool is so overpowered. Like he can regenerate everything that you cut off of him. And Deathstroke is sort of like the ultimate ninja character, assassin character. It would be, I don't know. It depends on who's making it, how that would turn out. Because if the Marvel people were making it, then Deadpool's going to come out on top. And if the Warner Brothers / DC people are making it, then Deathstroke's going to come out on top. Yeah. No, if they're going to do an animated Addams Family, they need to do it in Addams's style, because his cartoon style is very much part of the tone of those comic strips. But yeah. Ow. All right, dudes. We've been on here a long time.
Stop making Scooby-Doo or live actions, either one.
Well, no, because they have so many in the can. Why would they need to make more? They could just repackage what they already have. It's like the Looney Tunes. They're redoing Looney Tunes now and making new Looney Tunes.
Or at least give it a bit of a break. What I don't like is that they keep trying to modernize it and change it. Like, they take away the characters and try and create a new character using the old characters.
I mean, I watched the old, when I was a kid, I watched the old Looney Tunes and understood what a ration card was when they were talking about ration cards in the cartoons. I understood all that. When you have to remake something because you think it's more palatable to the audience to do so, you're just dumbing down your audience. I mean, I didn't live through World War II, but I understood what draft cards were and I understood what ration cards were. And they talking about making a victory garden and doing all those things in those old Looney Tunes cartoons. I understood all of that. And, I was a pretty smart kid, but I imagine that there's pretty smart kids out now that could understand that. It's like, why do it? It's like even the stuff that came out in my generation, the Tiny Toons and Pinky and the Brain and all those things, they're redoing.
See, that generation is when I was in my 20s. I mean, you're such a young little punk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was probably in like high school when the Looney Tunes or the Tiny Toons and the Pinky and the Brain were out. But yeah, there's no point in it. I don't understand it. It just shows the bankruptcy, the creative bankruptcy of Hollywood and these people, because they can't think of new stuff. So let's just regurgitate let's fuck up things that were already out when we were kids.
Well, it's because they don't pay attention to what actually made the appeal work. It wasn't necessarily the story or the characters or the atmosphere or the theme. There was pacing, timing, and everything that all clicked together, and that's what made each one work.
But all right, dudes, we're gonna shut this down because I got shit to do, and we've been here for a while. But this was fun. Even if Phil doesn't want to do a geek show, we should do a geek show without Phil if he doesn't want to do it. But we have we just talked about a lot of shit just off the top of our heads. We didn't have anything even written down, and Kevin came up with some really good questions. So okay, we'll end this with name your favorite remake of things that have been remade that you thought were better than the original.
Tough one. The Blob would be close, but no. I'm not too sure. I'd be able to think of something for the next one. There is one that I can.
That's your homework then. Think of something that's been remade that was better than the original. Oh, and here's another bad remake, Dark Shadows.
Yeah. Oh God, that ruined it. I loved that one when I was a kid. I had to be home every day and watch Dark Shadows as a kid.
The two remakes. There's two.
One was bad enough.
The Ben Cross miniseries in the late 80s, and then the Johnny Depp film adaptation. Both of them sucked.
Your homework is going to be try and make it through one entire episode of the New Monkeys. Good luck.
Yeah. If I can find that.
It's probably on YouTube.
Oh, Day of the Dead.
Please don't.
No, I actually like the modern remake a little bit better. I love the original, but I think that the modern remake is pretty okay. So yeah, Zack Snyder did the remake. He's making a zombie Netflix series as well, in addition to doing the Justice League recut for HBO Max. But thanks, guys.
I'll give you one easy one then.
Yeah.
Any of the Captain America movies compared to the original serial? Maybe because the original serial, there was no serum or anything. It was just a guy who threw on.
Just like a super spy guy. He was just like a,
he was just one of the boss guys of the company. So
punching Nazis. Yeah. What was it?
I mean, Green Hornet, the original Green Hornet serial, is basically take that persona, put it into any kind of costume, and that's what it was. But at least the Green Hornet was good. He had two different personalities when he was working as regular undisguised and compared to when he was Green Hornet.
Right.
The original Captain America serial, it was the same guy in both. He didn't even change the voice or anything.
Here's your costume. You put your costume on, you're still the same guy. But all right, dudes. We're closing this out. Thanks. We'll have to do another show like this. This was fun. So leave you. Have a good night. Stay out of trouble. Bye.